The icy winds howled through the towering fjords, their echoes carving ancient tales into the rugged cliffs. Far to the west, the rolling emerald hills whispered stories of a time when gods and mortals walked the earth together, their lives entwined in a delicate dance of fate and magic. These two worlds, so different in their landscapes, breathed life into mythologies that still pulse with energy, each one a reflection of the people who called those lands home. In the cold north, where winters seemed eternal and survival demanded strength and resilience, the stories of the Norse took shape. Theirs was a world balanced on the edge of chaos, where gods like Odin and Thor wielded wisdom and might to hold back the encroaching darkness. Life was fragile, but in that fragility, there was a fierce beauty. Every sunrise was a victory, every feast a celebration of enduring another day. The gods mirrored this duality, wise yet flawed, powerful yet vulnerable to fate. Meanwhile, in the mist-laden lands of the Celts, where the earth seemed alive with spirit and song, the air buzzed with a different kind of energy. Forests stretched like ancient cathedrals, their canopies sheltering mysteries older than time itself. Rivers glistened, carrying whispers of otherworldly voices. To the Celts, the boundary between the mortal world and the divine was as thin as the morning fog, and their gods were not distant overseers but vibrant forces woven into the very fabric of existence. The Norse and the Celts lived in worlds that demanded resilience, but they approached life's hardships with distinct philosophies. The Norse, shaped by harsh winters and fierce seas, celebrated strength, courage, and the acceptance of an inevitable end. Their gods faced the doom of Ragnarok with unyielding resolve, knowing that even destruction held a strange, tragic beauty. For the Celts, life was a cycle, an eternal rhythm where endings were beginnings in disguise. Their myths flowed like rivers, meandering but never truly ceasing, embodying the endless dance of creation and renewal. Geography etched itself into their myths like a master sculptor. The Norse, hemmed in by fjords and frozen plains, built sagas that echoed the stark simplicity of their environment. Yggdrasil, the world tree, stood at the center of their cosmos, its roots and branches stretching into every corner of existence. It was a map of their world, ordered yet perilously balanced. For the Celts, the land itself was sacred, a living testament to the gods' presence. Their stories were fluid and organic, reflecting a landscape where every hill and hollow had a name and a story. History, too, shaped their tales. The Norse were seafarers, traders, and raiders, their lives marked by encounters with distant lands and unfamiliar gods. Their myths carried echoes of these encounters, hints of foreign influence interwoven with native beliefs. In contrast, the Celts were a mosaic of tribes, their myths a tapestry of shared stories and local legends. Their oral traditions passed down these tales with a lyrical quality, preserving the essence of a people for whom memory was sacred. Yet, beneath these surface differences, there was a shared humanity, a recognition of life's joys and sorrows. Both cultures saw the world as a place of wonder and danger, where the gods were not distant abstractions but companions in the great adventure of existence. The Norse gods feasted and fought, loved and lost, their lives a reflection of the human condition. The Celtic gods, too, were deeply intertwined with humanity, their stories filled with passion, betrayal, and moments of transcendence. It's almost as if these mythologies were mirrors held up to their people, reflecting their fears and aspirations, their struggles and triumphs. The Norse gazed into the icy void and saw a world that demanded resilience. The Celts looked into the verdant forests and saw a world alive with endless possibilities. One braced for the storm, the other danced in the rain. Even as their stories differ, they share a heartbeat, a rhythm that connects them across time and space. Both speak of the search for meaning in a world that often feels chaotic. Both grapple with the great mysteries of existence, love and loss, life and death, the forces that shape us all. The echoes of these myths still ripple through our lives, a reminder that we are not so different from those who once told these tales by firelight. As the frost clings to the fjords and the mist rises from the hills, their stories linger, timeless and unyielding, waiting to be told again. And as the winds of the north and the whispers of the west meet, their tales intertwine, setting the stage for the gods to speak once more. The void was endless, silent, and incomprehensibly vast. In the beginning, before the first spark of existence ignited, there was nothing but the weight of the unshaped world pressing against itself. From this emptiness, stories were born, different yet hauntingly alike, etched into the memories of the Norse and Celtic peoples. In the frigid expanse of Ginnungagap, the Norse envisioned a yawning chasm, a place where fire and ice clashed with primal ferocity. The swirling heat of Muspelheim collided with the frozen stillness of Niflheim, and where these elements met, the first stirrings of life began. From the melting frost rose Ymir, the first giant, a being of terrifying magnitude. He was not crafted by loving hands, but born of chaos itself, raw and untamed. Ymir was life, but he was also destruction, a walking paradox of creation and decay. From his body, nourished by the milk of the primordial cow Ombla, other giants were born, but his fate was grim. When the gods emerged, Odin and his brothers, Vili and Ve, they saw in Ymir the materials of a new world. Ymir was not simply slain, he was disassembled, his vast body transformed into the very fabric of existence. His blood became the seas, his flesh the earth, his bones the mountains, and his skull the dome of the heavens. From his eyelashes, the gods formed a wall to keep chaos at bay, an act that spoke both of their creative power and their constant vigilance against the forces of disorder. Across the rolling green landscapes of the Celts, creation unfolded differently. There was no yawning chasm, no violent clash of elements, but instead a quiet, fluid emergence. The goddess Danu was the wellspring of all life, a source of unending abundance and power. From her essence came the Tuatha Danann, the children of Danu, who would shape the world with their divine hands. Danu was not born of chaos, but existed as an eternal presence, nurturing and infinite. Her essence flowed through rivers and streams, her spirit entwined with the land itself. Where the Norse gods had to tear their world from the flesh of a primordial being, the Celtic gods emerged from the fertile embrace of their great mother, a profound embodiment of life's continuity. The stories of Ymir and Danu seem as different as fire and water, but their similarities lie in their primordial power. Both Ymir and Danu are more than just creators, they are the foundation of existence. Their bodies, literal or metaphorical, become the world. Their essence lingers in every mountain, every river, every tree. Yet, the tone of these stories couldn't be more contrasting. Ymir's death is a violent act of necessity, the gods asserting order over chaos with bloodied hands. It's a story of survival, of carving a fragile world from the chaos that surrounds it. Danu's tale, on the other hand, is one of abundance and harmony. Life flows from her as naturally as rivers run to the sea, an effortless, eternal process. These differences speak volumes about the people who told these tales. For the Norse, living in a land of harsh winters and unforgiving seas, creation was a battle, a victory wrestled from the jaws of destruction. For the Celts, whose landscapes were rich and lush, life was a gift, a cycle that needed to be honored and maintained, but not forcibly controlled. Despite their differing origins, these myths share an unspoken truth: creation is never simple. It is a process of transformation, where the old gives way to the new. For the Norse, this transformation is brutal and immediate. For the Celts, it is slow and organic, but it is no less profound. There is an ache in these stories, a lingering question that hangs in the air: what was lost in the act of creation? For Ymir, it was his life, his vastness, his chaotic freedom. For Danu, it was her solitude, her quiet presence before the world awakened. Both paid a price, and in their sacrifice, the world took shape. Their stories set the stage for the gods who would follow, gods born not of stillness but of movement, of change. The Norse gods inherited a world they had built with their own hands, a place where every sunrise was a reminder of the chaos they had conquered. The Celtic gods inherited a world already alive, a place where every river and hill whispered with their mother's voice. And as the gods stepped forward to claim their roles, the echoes of Ymir and Danu lingered, shaping the destinies of those who came after them. The first great beings, the origins of everything, were gone, but they were never truly absent. Their essence flowed through every action, every choice, every clash and reconciliation that would follow. In the quiet moments, between the echoes of clashing swords and whispered spells, their presence remained, a reminder that creation is as much about what is lost as it is about what is made. The universe was not a single plane but a tapestry of realms, each layered with meaning and mystery. To the Norse, the cosmos was vast and precariously ordered, its structure a reflection of their struggles against chaos. Yggdrasil, the great world tree, stood at the center, its roots and branches weaving together 9 distinct worlds. It was not merely a tree but the spine of existence, every realm tethered to it like beads on a string. The 9 worlds lived in uneasy harmony, their balance maintained by the gods' vigilance and the ceaseless march of fate. Asgard, the home of the Aesir, stood atop the tree, a shining realm of gods and glory. Its golden halls radiated power, but even here, vulnerability lurked. Beneath its splendor was the shadow of Ragnarok, the prophesied end that would one day consume everything. Midgard, the world of humans, lay somewhere between the celestial heights and the dark depths. It was a world of struggle and survival, where mortals carved out fragile lives under the ever-watchful eyes of their gods. The Bifrost, a rainbow bridge of shimmering light, connected Midgard to Asgard, a fragile link between mortal toil and divine majesty. But beneath Yggdrasil's roots lay realms that were far less welcoming. Niflheim, a world of ice and shadow, breathed an icy chill that could freeze the soul. Hell, its neighbor, was a realm of the dead, somber, cold, and unyielding. In stark contrast, Muspelheim, a land of fire and endless heat, smoldered with the promise of destruction. These opposites, fire and ice, framed the Norse understanding of creation and annihilation. Then there were the giants, who resided in Jotunheim, a rugged world of untamed wilds and towering mountains. They were ancient forces, neither fully enemies nor allies, always lurking on the edges of order. Alfheim, the home of the light elves, shimmered with ethereal beauty, a place of magic and wonder. Svartalfheim, the underground domain of the dark elves or dwarves, echoed with the hammering of metal, its halls filled with treasures forged in the fires of ingenuity. Each world had its purpose, its role in the cosmic drama. Together, they formed a fragile unity, constantly tested by the forces of chaos and the weight of destiny. Far to the west, the Celtic otherworld offered a vision of existence that was equally profound but strikingly different. The Celts saw their universe as fluid, ever-shifting, and intimately tied to the cycles of nature. Their otherworlds were not fixed places but realms that existed just beyond the veil of the everyday, accessible through misty forests, ancient mounds, or the shimmering surface of a still lake. These realms were not bound by rigid hierarchies. Instead, they were places of wonder, danger, and endless possibility. The gods of the Tuatha De Danann often roamed these lands, their presence blurring the line between the mortal and the divine. Unlike the stark divisions of Yggdrasil's worlds, the Celtic otherworlds seemed to blend into one another, like colors bleeding across the horizon. There was Mag Mell, the plain of joy, a paradise of eternal summer where sorrow and death were unknown. Here, the land itself seemed alive, bursting with golden light and endless bounty. Tir na Nog, the land of youth, offered immortality to those fortunate enough to find it. Time stood still in this enchanted place, but its gifts came with a warning: to stay too long was to lose the ability to return. Some other worlds, like the lands of the Fomorians, carried a darker edge. These were places of shadow and strife, where ancient foes of the Tuatha De Danann plotted their return to power. These realms, too, played a vital role, embodying the duality of life, light and dark, creation and destruction, intertwined in an eternal dance. The Celtic view of the cosmos was less about structure and more about connection. Their worlds were not separate, stacked like the branches of a tree, but layered like the whispers of a song, one blending seamlessly into the next. Where the Norse feared the collapse of their ordered cosmos into chaos, the Celts embraced the ebb and flow of existence, seeing each change as part of a larger, unbroken cycle. Yet, for all their differences, there was a thread that tied these cosmologies together: the belief that the world was alive, sacred, and fragile. Whether rooted in Yggdrasil's towering branches or hidden behind the veils of the otherworld, these realms spoke of humanity's yearning to understand its place in the great expanse of existence. But even in the vibrant pulse of these worlds, there was an undercurrent of unease. The Norse spoke of the serpent Nidhogg gnawing at Yggdrasil's roots, a relentless reminder that nothing lasts forever. The Celts, too, whispered of the fleeting nature of their paradises, of doors that opened only for a moment before vanishing into the mist. It was this tension, the precarious balance between permanence and change, that made these cosmologies so achingly beautiful. In every tale of Asgard's glory or Mag Mell's golden fields, there was the quiet knowledge that such splendor could not last. And perhaps that was the point, to remind those who listened that life's brilliance lies not in its eternity but in its fleeting, fragile grace. Even as these worlds shimmered with divinity, they echoed with humanity's deepest fears and hopes. And somewhere, in the spaces between, the gods watched, their roles in the unfolding story far from over. The fire crackled in the center of the gathering, casting flickering shadows across faces etched with stories of toil, laughter, and loss. Around it, the village sat in reverent silence, leaning in as the elder began to speak. The myths were not just tales of gods and monsters, they were the thread that wove the people together, binding them to each other and to the world they lived in. Every word carried weight, every gesture meaning. This was not mere entertainment, it was survival, guidance, and communion with forces beyond comprehension. For the Norse, mythology was a lifeline in a world of harsh winters and treacherous seas. Their stories were not passive but active, shaping every aspect of their lives. The gods were companions in the struggle, their triumphs and failures mirroring the people's own experiences. When a farmer tilled the frozen soil, it was Thor's hammer breaking the frost. When a sailor braved the roaring waves, it was Njord's favor that steadied the boat. The gods were not distant overseers but living forces that walked beside them. In politics, the myths were equally potent. Kings and chieftains often traced their lineage back to divine figures, claiming legitimacy through the bloodlines of gods. Odin, the All-Father, was more than a deity, he was a model of cunning and wisdom, a symbol of the qualities a ruler needed to navigate the challenges of leadership. His sacrifices for knowledge, his eye, his time hanging on the tree, spoke to the price of power and the burden of foresight. Leaders invoked his name, not just to inspire awe, but to remind their people that even the gods bore the weight of responsibility. Rituals were the heartbeat of this belief system. Offerings of food, weapons, and even animals were made to appease the gods and secure their blessings. Great feasts were held to honor victories, both divine and mortal. At times, darker rituals took place, with human lives given to ensure the gods' favor in times of desperate need. These acts, brutal to modern eyes, were expressions of a belief that the world demanded balance, that sacrifices had to be made to sustain harmony. For the Celts, mythology was woven even more deeply into the fabric of daily life. Their gods were not confined to the heavens or distant realms, they were present in every river, hill, and grove. The land itself was sacred, and to live upon it was to walk among divinity. When a warrior drew his sword, he sought the favor of Lugh, the many-skilled god. When a bard sang, the inspiration of Brigid flowed through every note. The gods were not apart from the people, they were the people, the land, and the ever-turning cycles of life. Politics in Celtic society was often shaped by the divine as well. Kings were not merely rulers but sacred figures, their reigns tied to the health and prosperity of the land. The concept of sovereignty was deeply intertwined with the goddess figure, a mystical bond that ensured a ruler's legitimacy. A failed king was a reflection of imbalance, and myths like that of the Liafael, the Stone of Destiny, underscored the idea that divine will could choose or reject a leader. Rituals were acts of profound connection, blending the human and the divine. Seasonal festivals like Samhain and Beltane marked the turning of the year, their bonfires lighting the skies in honor of the gods and the cycles of nature. Druids, the spiritual leaders of the Celts, performed intricate ceremonies, their words and gestures opening doors to the otherworld. These rituals were not just symbolic, they were acts of renewal, ensuring the continuation of life's delicate balance. In both traditions, mythology shaped moral codes and societal norms. Stories of gods who lied, loved, and suffered were not just entertainment, they were lessons. Thor's defense of Midgard was a call to protect what is precious, no matter the cost. The tale of the Dagda, with his bottomless cauldron that could feed all, reminded the Celts of the importance of generosity and care for the community. Myths were a mirror, reflecting the ideals and flaws of the people who told them. But mythology was not just a tool for order, it was a source of comfort and hope. When famine struck, when storms raged, or when death came too soon, the myths offered a framework to understand the chaos. The Norse found solace in the inevitability of Ragnarok, the idea that even the gods faced an end but would fight valiantly until the last. The Celts, with their cyclical view of life, saw death not as an end but as a passage to the otherworld, a place of renewal and continuation. Even the rituals of mourning carried mythic resonance. For the Norse, the burning of a ship or the placement of weapons in a grave was not just custom but a passage, a way to ensure that the soul reached Valhalla or Hell's realm. For the Celts, burial mounds and sacred sites were not only homes for the dead but bridges to the divine. Every act of remembrance was a step closer to the gods, a reaffirmation of the stories that bound the living to the past and the future. The power of mythology lay in its ability to make sense of the world, to connect the mundane with the divine. Through rituals and stories, politics and spirituality, these myths were not just told, they were lived. And in living them, people found their place in a world that could be both beautiful and terrifying. In the quiet moments, when the fires burned low and the stars wheeled above, the myths whispered their eternal truths. The gods were watching, not from afar but from within, their presence as real as the earth beneath bare feet. And as the people closed their eyes, their hearts beating in time with the stories they carried, the line between mortal and divine seemed to disappear altogether. The gods walked among their people, not as distant, untouchable beings, but as figures of strength, wisdom, and flaw. They laughed, loved, fought, and bled like mortals, yet they wielded powers that shaped the fates of men and nations. In the frozen reaches of the north, the Aesir and Vanir carved their dominion, their halls glinting under starlit skies. In the rolling green lands of the Celts, the Tuatha De Danann roamed, their presence entwined with the very fabric of the earth. Though separated by geography and culture, these pantheons shared more than their myths let on, a reflection of humanity's universal need to understand the forces that govern life. The Aesir were the architects of order, a fierce and disciplined pantheon that ruled with strength and resolve. Odin, their leader, embodied the duality of wisdom and war. One-eyed and enigmatic, he was both a seeker of knowledge and a god of battle, sacrificing himself on Yggdrasil to grasp the secrets of the runes. Thor, the thunderous defender, wielded Mjolnir, his hammer a symbol of protection against the chaotic forces of the giants. Then there was Frigg, Odin's wife, a goddess of foresight and nurturing, her quiet strength holding the family of gods together. But the Aesir were not alone in their rule. They had once waged a great war against the Vanir, a rival pantheon that represented fertility, nature, and prosperity. When the dust settled, peace was forged through an exchange of gods. Njord, Freyr, and Freya joined the Aesir, blending the two groups into a unified, though not entirely harmonious, whole. The Vanir were less concerned with war and more attuned to the cycles of growth and renewal. Freyr, with his golden boar and ties to the harvest, stood as a symbol of abundance, while Freya, goddess of love and sorcery, embodied passion and mysticism. Together, the Aesir and Vanir created a dynamic, albeit uneasy, balance. They were a pantheon defined by duality, war and peace, order and chaos, the celestial and the earthly. Their structure reflected the Norse worldview, a constant tension between opposing forces, bound together by fragile treaties and shared purpose. In contrast, the Tuatha De Danann were less defined by rigid hierarchies and more by their interconnected roles within nature and society. They were a pantheon that thrived on creativity and adaptability, their stories imbued with a sense of fluidity and mystery. At their head was Dagda, the good god, a figure of immense power and generosity. His bottomless cauldron fed all who approached, and his harp could command the seasons, a reflection of his role as a provider and protector. Brigid, the goddess of poetry, healing, and smithcraft, was a multifaceted figure whose influence extended across the spiritual and practical realms. She was not just a deity of inspiration but of action, her presence a reminder that art and creation were vital to survival. Lugh, the many-skilled god, epitomized versatility, excelling in everything from warfare to craftsmanship. His spear, the Bryanak, was said to be unbeatable in battle, and his wisdom unmatched, a blend of intellect and strength that made him indispensable. The Tuatha De Danann were deeply tied to the land itself, their stories inseparable from Ireland's rivers, hills, and forests. Unlike the Aesir, who built shining halls and waged wars against external threats, the Tuatha often fought battles within their own world. They contended with the Fomorians, ancient beings who represented chaos and destruction, in a struggle that mirrored the Celtic understanding of life's delicate balance. Where the Aesir and Vanir represented a cosmic order imposed on chaos, the Tuatha embodied a harmonious coexistence with the natural world. This difference was reflected in how each pantheon interacted with mortals. The Norse gods, while protective, were often aloof and commanding, demanding sacrifices and obedience. The Tuatha, on the other hand, were seen as guides and partners, their wisdom sought not through submission but through understanding. Yet, for all their differences, these pantheons shared a remarkable humanity. Both the Norse and Celtic gods were deeply flawed, their actions driven by love, jealousy, ambition, and fear. Odin's unrelenting pursuit of knowledge came at the cost of his own son, Baldur, whose death echoed with the inevitability of Ragnarok. Similarly, the Tuatha's internal strife and pride led to moments of great tragedy, as seen in the tale of Nuada, the silver-handed king who was deposed after losing his arm in battle. These gods, despite their divine powers, were mirrors of the human condition. They taught through their failures as much as their triumphs, offering lessons not in perfection but in resilience. The Aesir and Vanir, with their warring ways, reminded the Norse that survival required strength and sacrifice. The Tuatha De Danann, with their connection to the land, urged the Celts to live in harmony with the world around them. Both pantheons reflected the societies that worshipped them. The harsh, unforgiving landscapes of the north demanded gods who could conquer chaos and forge order. The lush, fertile lands of the Celts inspired deities who celebrated creativity and coexistence. Yet, in their tales of love and loss, of bravery and betrayal, these gods reached across time and culture, reminding all who listened that the divine was not something distant, but something deeply, profoundly human. As their stories continued to unfold, the gods stood not just as rulers of their realms, but as enduring symbols of the struggles, hopes, and dreams of those who called on them. And though their worlds were shaped by different forces, the echoes of their footsteps could be heard in every heartbeat, every whisper of wind, and every crackling firelight where their names were spoken. In the shadow of twilight, where the line between mortal and divine blurs, two towering figures emerge, Odin of the Norse and Dagda of the Celts. Each a father in the truest sense, not just of gods, but of worlds and ways of life. Yet, they could not be more different in how they wore their crowns, wielded their wisdom, and bore the weight of their pantheons. Odin, the Allfather of the Aesir, carried his name like a curse and a crown. His single eye burned with the weight of what he had seen, the price of insight paid willingly for wisdom beyond reckoning. Hanging from Yggdrasil, the great world tree, he sacrificed himself to himself, enduring 9 days and nights of agony to grasp the runes, the secrets of fate itself. This was no mere quest for power but a relentless pursuit of knowledge in a universe defined by chaos. To Odin, knowing was living, ignorance was a fate worse than death. His leadership was not born from kindness but necessity. Odin was not the warm embrace of a nurturing father, but the calculating mind of a strategist. He saw the long game, the shadow of Ragnarok ever looming on the horizon. Every action, every alliance, every sacrifice was a step toward delaying the inevitable end. He surrounded himself with warriors, poets, and seers, demanding their loyalty and their lives, knowing that they, like him, were pawns in a cosmic game. Odin's wisdom was sharp-edged and cold, his love a distant thing. Yet, it was love all the same, a love for Midgard, the fragile world of humans he so often defended, a love for Asgard, the shining realm he ruled with both pride and burden, and a love for his people, even when he could not show it in ways they might understand. His relationships with his sons, particularly Thor and Balder, were strained by this distance. Balder's death, foreseen but unprevented, left a wound in Odin's heart that no wisdom could heal. Dagda, the good god of the Tuatha De Danann, carried his title with a different kind of grace. Where Odin was a figure of austerity and foresight, Dagda embodied abundance and connection. He was the father who laughed loudly, ate heartily, and gave freely. With his massive cauldron that never emptied, his harp that could summon the seasons, and his club that could both kill and revive, Dagda was a figure of immense power tempered by warmth and humor. Dagda's wisdom was not the cold, calculating knowledge of Odin but a deep understanding of life's rhythms. He was a protector and provider, his actions rooted in the cycles of nature and the needs of his people. When the Tuatha De Danann faced hardship, it was Dagda who ensured their survival. His cauldron fed the hungry, his harp called forth the crops, and his club guarded them against their enemies. Yet, like Odin, Dagda was not without complexity. His jovial demeanor often masked a fierce determination and a deep sense of responsibility. He led his people through the first battle of Mag Twyred, securing their place in Ireland. In the second battle, against the Fomorians, his cunning and strength were key to victory. But it was not just brute force that made Dagda a leader, it was his ability to inspire loyalty and trust, to remind his people that even in the darkest times, there was light, laughter, and hope. While Odin kept his distance from mortals, Dagda embraced them. He was a god who walked among his people, plowing fields, fathering children, and sharing feasts. His laughter was as much a shield as his club, a reminder that the gods were not above the struggles of the world but part of them. The contrasts between these two figures reveal the differences in the cultures they represented. Odin's relentless pursuit of knowledge and control mirrored the harsh realities of the Norse world, where survival often depended on preparation, strategy, and strength. Dagda's nurturing and abundance reflected the Celtic connection to the land, their gods inseparable from the cycles of nature and the bounty it provided. Yet, there were parallels too. Both were fathers in the truest sense, not just to their children but to their people. Both bore the weight of leadership, knowing that their actions would shape the fate of their worlds. And both understood sacrifice, not as an abstract concept but as a reality they lived and breathed. Odin's self-sacrifice on Yggdrasil and Dagda's unyielding efforts to sustain his people spoke to the cost of leadership, the price of being a patriarch in a world that demanded so much. They were gods of wisdom, but their wisdom took different forms. Odin's was the sharp edge of a blade, cutting through ignorance and illusion to reveal the harsh truths beneath. Dagda's was the warmth of the hearth, a wisdom born of experience, compassion, and an understanding of life's interconnectedness. Their stories, though different, shared an undercurrent of inevitability. Odin's path led inexorably toward Ragnarok, where he would face the wolf Fenrir in a battle both fated and futile. Dagda's journey, though less apocalyptic, was no less poignant. As the Tuatha De Danann faded into the mists of the otherworld, his laughter and strength became memories, whispers of a time when gods walked among mortals. Even as their myths diverged, Odin and Dagda stood as reflections of the human condition, of leadership, sacrifice, and the delicate balance between power and love. They were not perfect, but in their imperfections, they became something greater, symbols of what it means to bear the weight of a world. The sky growled with thunder, and the air tightened with anticipation, as if the world itself held its breath. Thor stood firm, his massive frame radiating raw power, Mjolnir gripped in his calloused hand. Across the unseen horizon of myth, another figure took his place, Lugh, the long arm, his spear glinting with lethal precision, his every move a blend of artistry and destruction. These were not just gods of war, they were gods of purpose, of protection, and the unrelenting pursuit of mastery. Thor, son of Odin, was a force of nature. His presence was thunder and lightning, the storm itself given form. There was no subtlety in him, no need for intricate plans or schemes. Thor acted with the purity of intent, to protect Midgard, the world of men, and to defend Asgard, the home of the gods, from the ever-looming threat of the Jotnar, the giants who embodied chaos and destruction. His hammer, Mjolnir, was the perfect symbol of this power, capable of leveling mountains, summoning storms, and obliterating enemies. But Mjolnir was more than a weapon, it was a symbol of balance. Though it brought death to Thor's foes, it also sanctified life. It was used in rituals to bless marriages, births, and even the dead. In Thor's hands, destruction and protection became one, the line between them blurred by his unwavering devotion to his people. Luf, by contrast, was a study in versatility. Known as Samuldanak, the many-skilled, he was not defined by brute strength, but by his mastery of all he touched. Where Thor was a hammer striking a single, powerful blow, Luf was the finely honed blade, precise and adaptable. His spear, the Bryanak, was said to be unstoppable, a weapon that never missed its mark and burned with the fire of the sun. Luf's prowess was not confined to battle. He was a craftsman, a bard, a healer, and a strategist. In the Second Battle of Mag Twyard, it was Luf's leadership and ingenuity that turned the tide against the Fomorians. He wielded not only weapons but wit, inspiring and uniting his people with a combination of charisma and skill. The symbolism of these two gods spoke volumes about the cultures they came from. Thor, with his unbreakable resolve and overwhelming power, reflected the Norse worldview, a harsh, unforgiving existence where survival depended on strength and endurance. He was the protector, the one who stood between the people and the chaos that threatened to consume them. His presence was a reassurance that no matter how fierce the storm, there was a force even stronger to weather it. Luf, on the other hand, represented the Celtic ideal of adaptability and ingenuity. In a world where the land itself was sacred and life was a balance of forces, it was not enough to be strong. One had to be resourceful, creative, and connected to the flow of the world. Luf's many skills symbolized the Celtic belief in the interconnectedness of all things, where mastery in one area naturally complemented another. Yet, for all their differences, Thor and Luf shared a deep sense of purpose. They were protectors, first and foremost, their lives dedicated to the defense of their people. Thor fought with the fury of a storm, his every strike a testament to his love for humanity and his hatred for the forces of destruction. Luf fought with precision and artistry, his strategies a reflection of his belief in the power of intellect and skill over brute force. Their relationships with their respective pantheons also revealed their roles. Thor, though a son of Odin, was the people's god. He drank with them, laughed with them, and fought for them with a heart as vast as the skies he commanded. He was not a king or a ruler, but a warrior and a friend, a figure whose strength was matched only by his loyalty. Luf, on the other hand, stood as both an equal and a leader among the Tuatha De Danann. His entry into their ranks was marked by a challenge. He could only stay if he possessed a skill no one else had. Luf responded not with one skill, but with all of them, proving that his strength lay in his versatility. His victory over Balor, the leader of the Fomorians and his own grandfather, was not just a triumph of strength, but of destiny, fulfilling a prophecy that signaled the end of chaos and the restoration of balance. Their legacies, too, reflect their natures. Thor's stories echo with the crash of hammers and the roar of storms, tales of a god who gave everything to protect what he loved. He is the guardian, the immovable force against an unyielding tide. Luf's tales, by contrast, are a dance of brilliance and creativity, stories of a god who could turn any situation to his advantage, who saw not just what was but what could be. In their myths, Thor and Luf stand as more than just warriors. They are embodiments of the qualities their people revered, strength and resolve, yes, but also skill and purpose. They teach that power is not just in the arm that wields the weapon, but in the heart and mind that guide it. And though their storms may rage and their spears may fly in different skies, the echoes of their deeds remind us that protection takes many forms, but its essence remains the same, to stand, unyielding, between the world and the chaos that seeks to destroy it. Under a sky where the sun and moon seemed to hold their breath, two radiant figures emerged from the threads of myth. Freya, the Norse goddess of love and fertility, shimmered with untamed beauty and power, her golden necklace, Brisingamen, catching the light like captured stars. Across the green hills of Celtic lore, Brigid, the goddess of poetry, healing, and the forge, stood as a figure of both fire and grace. Their stories intertwined life and death, love and power, weaving together a tapestry of magic that resonated through the hearts of their people. Freya's essence was one of paradox. She was love, passion, and sensuality incarnate, a goddess who embraced life with fervor. But she was also a chooser of the slain, riding her chariot drawn by cats across battlefields to claim half of the fallen for her hall, Folkvanger. This duality, life and death, love and war, was the heart of Freya's being. She was not simply a goddess of beauty but a force that could both nurture and destroy, embodying the complex interplay of creation and destruction. Her magic, known as seer, was unparalleled, a powerful form of sorcery that allowed her to shape fate itself. Freya's mastery of seer was not just a tool but an extension of her identity. It gave her the ability to navigate the delicate balance between life and death, love and loss. Her wisdom, forged through countless joys and sorrows, was the kind that came only from living fully and fearlessly. Brigid, in contrast, was a beacon of inspiration and transformation. She was not just a goddess of love and fertility but of poetry, smithing, and healing, a triad of gifts that spoke to the Celts' reverence for creativity and renewal. Where Freya's magic was a command over destiny, Brigid's was the quiet power of creation, the spark of a forge, the rhythm of a poem, the touch of a healer's hand. She was tied deeply to the cycles of life, her festivals marking the turning of the seasons. Imbolc, celebrated in her honor, was a time of renewal and hope, a reminder that even in the depths of winter, spring would come. Brigid's power was not in dominance, but in nurturing, guiding life to flourish and heal, even in the face of adversity. Yet Brigid, too, carried a duality within her. She was the keeper of the hearth, a source of warmth and comfort, but also the fire of the forge, a force of transformation and strength. Her association with the forge was a reflection of her role as a goddess of craftsmanship, a creator who understood that growth often required effort, heat, and struggle. The similarities between Freya and Brigid were striking in their roles as protectors of life and bringers of love. Freya's love was fierce, passionate, and unapologetically powerful. She was a goddess who demanded to be seen and felt, her presence as undeniable as the sun. Brigid's love, by contrast, was gentle and sustaining, a love that endured and healed rather than burned brightly and briefly. Both goddesses were deeply connected to fertility, but their approaches revealed their distinct natures. Freya's fertility was wild and untamed, a celebration of the primal forces of life. She was a goddess who reveled in the raw energy of creation, her power tied to the cycles of birth and death. Brigid's fertility, meanwhile, was rooted in nurturing and renewal. She was a guardian of the hearth and the land, her influence seen in the blooming of crops, the healing of wounds, and the crafting of tools that sustained life. Death, too, played a role in their myths. Freya's connection to the slain warriors of the battlefield spoke to her understanding of the fragility of life and the inevitability of its end. She was not a goddess of mourning but of acceptance, her role as a chooser of the dead a reflection of her power over fate. Brigid, though less directly associated with death, was a figure of transformation, her presence a reminder that endings often paved the way for new beginnings. Both goddesses were intimately tied to magic, their powers extending beyond the physical into the realm of the spiritual. Freya's seer was a commanding force, allowing her to influence events and shape destiny. Brigid's magic, though less overt, was no less potent. Her gifts of inspiration, healing, and creativity were transformative, touching the hearts and minds of those who sought her guidance. Their differences, however, were as illuminating as their similarities. Freya was a goddess who embraced the wildness of life, her power raw and untamed. She was a force of nature, unyielding and unapologetic. Brigid, by contrast, was a goddess of harmony and balance, her power rooted in connection and care. Where Freya was the storm, Brigid was the hearthfire, each vital in their own way. Together, Freya and Brigid stood as embodiments of the divine feminine, their stories resonating with themes of love, power, and transformation. They reminded their people that to live was to embrace both joy and sorrow, strength and vulnerability. Their magic, their presence, and their wisdom echoed through time, a testament to the enduring power of life and all its complexity. Even now, the whispers of their names carry with them the weight of their stories. Their laughter and tears a reminder that love is not just an emotion but a force, a power as fierce and gentle, as wild and nurturing as life itself. The world stilled for a moment, caught in the uneasy calm before chaos. Then came a laugh, sharp and mocking, as though the fabric of reality itself was unraveling. Loki, the Norse trickster, smirked from the shadows, his sharp eyes glinting with mischief. Across a distant green field of Celtic myth, Betrayal, the infamous troublemaker, leaned lazily against a pillar, his tongue sharp enough to cut stone. These were not gods or men in the traditional sense, but something far more potent, tricksters. They didn't merely create chaos, they were chaos incarnate, agents of transformation and upheaval in worlds desperately clinging to order. Loki was a being of contradictions. Born of the Jotnar, the very giants that threatened Asgard, he stood among the gods of the Aesir as both ally and adversary. To call Loki evil would be a disservice to the complexity of his character. He was not driven by malice alone, but by a need to disrupt, to challenge, to test the boundaries of what was acceptable, possible, or sacred. His schemes often began in jest, but ended in disaster, each act of mischief rippling through the cosmos like a stone cast into still water. It was Loki who tricked the blind god Hr into killing his beloved brother Baldur, plunging the gods into grief and setting the stage for Ragnarok. Yet it was also Loki who gave the gods gifts of immense value, Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir, Odin's spear, Gungnir, and the ship Sklanir, which could hold all the gods and still be folded to fit in a pocket. His deeds were a paradox, acts of destruction that often birthed something new, something vital. Betrayal, in the Celtic tradition, was a mortal man, yet his penchant for stirring trouble placed him in the realm of legends. He was a poet, a warrior, and above all, a schemer. Where Loki's mischief often carried cosmic implications, Betrayal's chaos played out on a more human scale. Yet the impact of his actions was no less profound. His sharp wit and sharper tongue disrupted feasts, incited rivalries, and pushed heroes to their limits. Betrayal's most infamous tale, Betrayal's Feast, showcased his unparalleled ability to sow discord. He promised the champion's portion of the feast, a highly coveted honor, to three of Ulster's greatest warriors, Cu Chulainn, Conall Cernach, and Logeir Boadach. What followed was a series of challenges, betrayals, and near bloodshed as the warriors fought to prove their worth, each unaware that Betrayal had set them on this path purely for his own amusement. Yet, in the chaos he created, truths were revealed, and the strength of character was tested. The role of the trickster archetype in these myths was to disrupt the status quo. Loki and Betrayal were not villains in the traditional sense, they were agents of change. They forced the gods and heroes around them to confront their weaknesses, to adapt, to grow. In this way, their chaos was not senseless but transformative. Loki's machinations often led to the forging of alliances, the creation of new weapons, or the revelation of hidden truths. Betrayal's provocations exposed rivalries and insecurities but also pushed heroes to achieve greatness. The methods of these two tricksters were as different as their cultures. Loki's chaos was unpredictable, a wildfire that could burn a forest or clear a field for new growth. His shape-shifting and cunning allowed him to navigate between worlds, manipulating both gods and giants. He was a liminal figure, existing on the edges of society and morality, challenging the gods' authority and the universe's natural order. Betrayal's chaos, on the other hand, was calculated, a slow poison rather than an explosion. He thrived on words, his tongue as sharp as any blade. Where Loki relied on cunning and transformation, Betrayal used manipulation and provocation. He understood human nature, its pride, envy, and desire, and wielded it like a weapon, turning friends into rivals and heroes into legends. For all their differences, Loki and Betrayal shared an unshakable confidence, a refusal to bow to the rules of their worlds. They were outsiders who thrived on being underestimated, their power lying not in physical strength, but in their ability to see the cracks in the armor of gods and men alike. They were mirrors, reflecting the flaws and hypocrisies of those around them, forcing their worlds to confront uncomfortable truths. But their chaos came at a cost. Loki's actions eventually led to his downfall, bound by the gods he had once called allies, his torment a prelude to the apocalyptic battle of Ragnarok. Bricryu's sharp tongue earned him enemies at every turn, his reputation as a troublemaker ensuring that he was more often scorned than celebrated. Their stories, however, remain vital threads in the fabric of their respective mythologies. Loki and Bricriu remind us that chaos is not always the enemy. It is a force that breaks, yes, but also one that builds. It is the storm that clears the sky, the spark that ignites the fire. Without it, there is no growth, no change, no story worth telling. And so, their laughter echoes across the ages, a reminder that even in the most ordered worlds, chaos has its place. Loki, with his smirk and his schemes, and Bricriu, with his cutting words and endless provocations, continue to stand as testaments to the power of disruption, not as destruction, but as transformation. The air felt thick with the weight of unspoken truths, as if the threads of fate themselves had paused, vibrating with anticipation. Two figures stood in the space between what was and what could be. Frigg, the Norse goddess of foresight and motherhood, gazed silently into the distance, her eyes seeing beyond the present moment to a tapestry only she could understand. Across a battlefield shrouded in mist, Morrigan, the Celtic goddess of prophecy and war, loomed like a shadow, her voice a whisper that carried both dread and certainty. These goddesses, so different in demeanor, held the power of destiny in their hands, shaping lives and weaving futures with the quiet inevitability of a storm gathering on the horizon. Frigg's presence was calm and regal, yet beneath her composed exterior lay a depth of sorrow and wisdom. As Odin's wife and the queen of Asgard, she was a figure of profound authority, but her true power lay in her ability to see the future. It was said that nothing escaped her sight, yet she bore the burden of this knowledge in silence. Frigg knew the fate of her beloved son, Baldr, destined to die despite her desperate attempts to prevent it. She had extracted oaths from nearly every being in existence not to harm him, yet the one thing she overlooked, a mistletoe sprig, became the weapon of his undoing. This tragedy defined Frigg as a goddess who understood the bittersweet nature of fate. She could see what lay ahead but was powerless to change it. Her love for her family was unyielding, and her grief, when fate unfolded as she had foreseen, was infinite. In her silence, she embodied the weight of prophecy, the knowledge that destiny cannot be escaped, only endured. Morrigan, by contrast, was a storm personified. She did not simply witness fate, she declared it with a voice that could chill the bravest hearts. Known as a goddess of war and sovereignty, Morrigan appeared on the eve of battle, her prophecies as sharp as a blade. Her presence was a harbinger, her words shaping the course of wars and the lives of heroes. Unlike Frigg's quiet foreknowledge, Morrigan's prophecies were loud and visceral, tied to the chaos of life and death on the battlefield. She was not a single being but a triad, often appearing as a combination of maiden, mother, and crone. This multifaceted nature gave her an omnipresence in Celtic life, representing the cyclical nature of existence, birth, death, and rebirth. Morrigan's connection to war was not merely about bloodshed but about transformation. She was the force that turned men into legends and battles into turning points in history. Both goddesses shared an intimate relationship with fate, but their approaches could not have been more different. Frigg's role was passive, a quiet acceptance of the inevitability of destiny. Her wisdom lay in understanding the broader picture, knowing that even the greatest joys and sorrows were fleeting threads in the vast tapestry of existence. Morrigan's role, however, was active. She shaped destiny with her words and presence, declaring outcomes and ensuring they came to pass. Her power lay in her ability to force people to confront their fates, to rise or fall as the situation demanded. Family was central to both goddesses, though in contrasting ways. Frigg was the ultimate mother, her love for her children, especially Baldr, defining much of her mythos. Her grief for Baldr was not just personal but cosmic, a sorrow that shook the very foundations of Asgard. Morrigan, on the other hand, was a goddess of sovereignty, her familial ties tied more to the land and people than to individual bonds. Her love was fierce and protective but less personal, encompassing an entire people rather than specific individuals. Their connections to death further underscored their differences. Frigg's relationship with death was one of mourning and inevitability. She knew it could not be stopped, only softened through love and remembrance. Morrigan, however, was death's herald, a figure who stood at the crossroads of life and the afterlife. She reveled in the chaos of battle, her presence a reminder that death was not an end but a transformation. The symbolism of these goddesses reflected the values of their respective cultures. Frigg, with her wisdom and maternal strength, mirrored the Norse reverence for endurance and acceptance in the face of hardship. She reminded her people that life was a fleeting gift, precious not despite its fragility but because of it. Morrigan, with her fierce declarations and transformative power, embodied the Celtic belief in the cyclical nature of life. She taught that death was not to be feared but embraced as a necessary part of existence, a gateway to something new. For all their differences, both Frigg and Morrigan carried the weight of destiny with a profound grace. They understood that fate was not a punishment or a reward but a force that shaped all things. Their stories, filled with love, loss, and inevitability, offered a glimpse into the human experience, reminding their people, and us, that to live is to exist in the tension between what is and what will be. And so, as the threads of their myths intertwine, Frigg and Morrigan stand as testaments to the power of destiny, not as something to be feared but as a force to be faced with courage, wisdom, and love. In the beginning, there was chaos. Not the chaos of noise or movement, but the deep, infinite stillness of the void, where time and space had yet to take form. In the myths of the Norse and Celts, this primordial emptiness was the cradle of creation, where gods and worlds emerged from the unfathomable depths. Yet, these stories, told under frostbitten skies and verdant hills, differed as much as the lands they sprang from, each reflecting the heart of their people's hopes, fears, and imaginations. For the Norse, creation began with a clash of extremes, fire and ice. In the yawning abyss of Ginnungagap, the icy waters of Niflheim met the searing flames of Muspelheim. Where these primal forces collided, the first signs of life appeared. From the melting ice, Ymir, the first giant, was born, a being whose size and strength defied comprehension. Alongside Ymir, the cow Audhumla emerged, her udders flowing with milk that sustained the giant. Ymir was both the beginning and the end, a symbol of raw potential and untamed energy. From his sweat, more giants were born, and from the salt licked by Audhumla, the first god, Buri, emerged. Buri's lineage would lead to Odin and his brothers, Vili and Ve, who would bring order to the chaos. It was a brutal act that sparked creation. The brothers slew Ymir, and from his immense body, they crafted the world. His flesh became the earth, his blood the seas, his bones the mountains, and his skull the sky. Sparks from Muspelheim were set into the heavens as stars, and his eyebrows were shaped into Midgard, the realm of humans. The Norse creation myth was a story of transformation through destruction, a reflection of their harsh environment where life demanded strength and sacrifice. Across the sea, the Celtic creation narrative unfolded in a gentler, more cyclical manner. At its heart was Danu, the great mother goddess. She was the source of all life, her essence flowing through rivers and streams, nourishing the land and its people. Danu was not born but always was, an eternal presence that spoke to the Celts' deep connection to the natural world. Her children, the Tuatha De Danann, emerged as gods of wisdom, skill, and power. They arrived in Ireland shrouded in mist, descending from the skies to shape the land and guide its people. The Celts did not have a singular act of creation as the Norse did. Instead, their myths suggested an ongoing process, where life flowed continuously from the divine into the mortal realm. The Tuatha De Danann were not distant creators, but active participants in the world, embodying the cycles of nature and the interconnectedness of all things. The Norse creation myth emphasized struggle and dominance. The violent dismemberment of Ymir and the shaping of the world from his body reflected a worldview shaped by the stark realities of survival in a harsh climate. The gods, born from this act, were both creators and warriors, guardians of the fragile order they had carved from chaos. In contrast, the Celtic creation myth celebrated harmony and flow. Danu's presence as a nurturing force highlighted the Celts' reverence for the land and their belief in the balance of life. The Tuatha De Danann, with their blend of divine and mortal traits, embodied a connection to the world that was less about control and more about coexistence. Yet, there were common threads between the two myths, echoes that spoke to the shared human need to understand our origins. Both cultures saw creation as a process that bridged the divine and mortal realms. In both, the act of creation was not static but dynamic, involving cycles of life, death, and renewal. The Norse and Celtic creation stories also revealed their people's values. The Norse gods, born from conflict, mirrored a culture that valued resilience and courage. Their world was one of stark contrasts, light and dark, fire and ice, where survival meant embracing the struggle. The Celtic gods, tied to the rhythms of the earth, reflected a culture that valued creativity, balance, and the enduring power of nature. Even the roles of the primordial beings, Ymir and Danu, stood in stark contrast. Ymir was a symbol of untamed chaos, his body a resource to be used by the gods in their quest to impose order. Danu, on the other hand, was a source of endless life, her presence a reminder that creation was not about domination but about nurturing the world into being. These myths also hinted at humanity's place within the cosmos. In Norse mythology, humans were created from trees, shaped by the gods as part of their effort to build a world that balanced the forces of chaos and order. In Celtic tradition, humans were less separate from the divine, they were part of a larger, interconnected system where gods, nature, and mortals coexisted in a web of relationships. As the stories unfolded, one could feel the tension between these two visions of creation, the stark and uncompromising vision of the Norse, where every act of creation carried a cost, and the gentle, flowing vision of the Celts, where life was a gift that sustained and renewed itself. Both myths, though, spoke to the awe and wonder of existence, the realization that life itself was a miracle born from the meeting of forces beyond comprehension. In their own way, these creation myths were not just tales of the beginning but reflections of the worlds they shaped, mirrors of the people who told them and the lands they called home. And so, the stories of Ymir and Danu lingered in the air, their truths carried forward like whispers on the wind, shaping not just the worlds they described, but the hearts of those who listened. In the quiet murmur of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and the steady rhythm of rain, the gods of nature whispered their power into the very soil. These deities, ancient and eternal, were the heartbeat of the earth, connected to the cycles of life, death, and rebirth that marked the passing of time. The Norse and Celtic traditions, each with their distinct landscapes and climates, wove tales of gods and goddesses whose lives were intertwined with nature. These deities were not distant, lofty figures but were present in every season, every harvest, every storm, their influence shaping the lives of those who revered them. In the cold, northern lands where the sun often vanished for months, the Norse gods embodied the raw forces of nature, winds that cut through the mountains, storms that tore across the seas, and the deep, unyielding winter that could break the spirit of any who were unprepared. One of the central figures in this harsh landscape was the goddess Skadi, a giantess who ruled over winter, hunting, and the mountains. Skadi's connection to nature was not just about the icy winds that howled through the forests, but also the life that could be found even in the deepest snow. She was a goddess who understood the balance between survival and destruction, where the biting cold could destroy, but it also brought renewal in the form of spring. Skadi's role was vital to the Norse understanding of nature. She embodied the cycle of seasons, winter that brought hardship but also cleared the land for the promise of growth. The Norse, with their keen sense of the ever-turning wheel of time, saw the cycle of seasons as a reflection of the cycles of life and death, of endings and beginnings. Skadi was not only a deity of harsh winter, but also of the return of the sun, for without winter, there could be no spring. In contrast, the Celts, with their milder yet still shifting landscapes, revered nature deities who were intimately connected to the land's fertility, abundance, and cycles. The most prominent among these was the goddess Brigid, who personified both the fire of inspiration and the fertile soil that gave life to crops. Brigid was the goddess of hearth, healing, and poetry, but her most celebrated role was as the goddess of agriculture, whose blessings ensured the land would yield its harvest. Her presence in the soil was felt when the first shoots of green broke through the earth in spring and when the crops ripened in the golden light of summer. Brigid's connection to nature was not abstract. it was a relationship of sustenance and nourishment, where the gods and mortals worked in harmony. She guided the sowing of seeds, the growing of fields, and the harvesting of the land's gifts. The Celts understood that the cycles of the earth, the turning of seasons and the harvests, were tied to divine will, and Brigid, as their chief deity of agriculture, ensured that the natural world would not turn against them. She was the embodiment of nature's abundance, a reminder that the earth's generosity had to be respected, for it could just as easily take away its gifts if not honored. While Skadi brought the harshness of winter and the clarity of cold winds, Brigid's presence was a symbol of the warmth of life and the potential for growth. Both goddesses represented the duality of nature, one of destruction and preservation, the other of fertility and life. They were the embodiment of nature's ever-changing face, a dance of life and death, of rest and rebirth. But beyond these individual deities, the role of nature in both Norse and Celtic cultures was more than just a divine force that governed agriculture, it was the very essence of life itself. The gods and goddesses were not merely overseers of crops, but were part of a cycle that acknowledged life's fragility and strength. The land provided for its people, and in return, it was revered and cared for. Each season marked a phase in the divine life cycle, from the warmth of summer to the barrenness of winter. In the changing of the seasons, the people saw reflections of their own lives. The harvest festivals in both Celtic and Norse cultures were times of great celebration but also remembrance, where the people honored the gods who had helped them through the lean times and offered thanks for the abundance they had received. These festivals were an acknowledgement that survival was not a solitary act, but one in which the divine and natural world played crucial roles. In Celtic tradition, the wheel of the year was symbolized by the 8 festivals, or sabbats, which marked the turning of the seasons. From Imbolc, which honored the first stirrings of spring and the return of light, to Samhain, the festival of the dead that marked the beginning of winter, each festival was a celebration of the earth's cycles. The gods were invited to share in the rhythms of the land, and the people prayed for their favor to ensure the health of their crops and livestock. The Norse had their own sacred days and rites that were linked to the seasons, particularly those tied to the harvest and the coming of winter. The festival of the midwinter solstice was one of the most significant, for it marked the return of the light and the beginning of the slow thaw of the frozen earth. This was a time for honoring gods like Freya, the god of fertility and agriculture, who ensured that the land would yield its bounty. For the Norse, the turn of the seasons was a reminder that the earth was a living being, full of spirit and power, and they treated it with reverence. The deities of nature were not distant figures, but were intimately tied to the cycles of life that the people experienced. Their gods were not only figures of worship, but embodiments of the rhythms of the earth itself. They understood that the world's seasons were not just changes in weather, they were a divine conversation between the gods and the land, a story that unfolded each year and was written in the growth of crops, the blooming of flowers, the ripening of fruit, and the return of the sun. In both cultures, the gods' relationship with nature was one of symbiosis. Nature gave, and nature took, but it was always part of a greater, balanced cycle. The people who honored these gods knew that without nature's cycles, there could be no life, no harvest, no future. The gods of the seasons reminded them that, like the land itself, they, too, were part of an eternal, ever-turning wheel. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting an amber glow over a world that felt both alive and shrouded in mystery. In the flickering of the evening light, the final breath of a soul could be felt in the air, not as an end, but as a passage, a crossing from one world to the next. For the Norse and Celts, death was not a simple cessation but a transformative journey, one that held the weight of divine purpose and fate. Yet, as the veil between life and death thinned, the paths taken by souls in both traditions revealed vastly different understandings of the afterlife. In the shadowy realms of Norse mythology, Hel, daughter of Loki, ruled over the dead who did not die in battle. Her domain, aptly named Hel, was a cold and uninviting place, a realm where souls who had lived without great deeds or honor were sent to dwell in an endless twilight. Hell was no place of torment or punishment, but it was a realm of isolation, a place where the soul could not escape the eternal stillness. It was a place that whispered of quiet resignation, where the shades of the dead wandered in endless, dreary circles, neither rewarded nor condemned, but simply existing in a liminal space, disconnected from the living world. Hell's realm was one that reflected the harshness of the Norse world, where survival was paramount and only the most valiant could hope for honor after death. Hel herself, a goddess as enigmatic as her realm, ruled with a quiet, eerie authority. She was not a goddess of cruelty, but rather one of inevitability, like the frigid winds that swept across the barren plains of the north. Her half-living, half-dead appearance, one side beautiful, the other rotting, mirrored the limbo of her domain. Those who were not granted entrance to Valhalla or other sacred halls of the gods found their way here, neither punished nor exalted, but instead left to drift through the cold, indifferent expanse. Valhalla, on the other hand, represented a stark contrast. It was a grand hall, filled with endless feasts and the clash of warriors, a place of honor and glory reserved for those who had died in battle. Valhalla was not a reward for the peaceful or the meek, it was for the fierce, those who had fought with valor. It was here that Odin, the All-Father, welcomed his chosen warriors, the Einherjar, into his mighty hall. But Valhalla was not a final resting place, it was a place of preparation, where the dead trained for the final battle, Ragnarok, the end of the world. There, warriors feasted and fought each day, only to be resurrected at night to feast again. For them, death was but a stepping stone to another, more glorious battle. For the Norse, death was a reflection of the life lived. A warrior who had fought bravely in life would find his place in Valhalla, where he would be forever remembered in the halls of the gods. But those who had lived less honorably would fade into the cold embrace of Hel, the goddess herself a reminder of the quiet end that awaited all who had not earned their place among the gods. It was a fate that left no room for weakness. Life was a battle, and in death, there could only be two outcomes, a place in the halls of honor, or an eternity spent in the cold and forgotten corners of hell. Across the sea, the Celts held their own views on death and the afterlife, and their beliefs were shaped by a more cyclical understanding of life. For the Celts, death was not an end but a transition, a return to the other world. This world, unlike the barren realm of hell, was a land of beauty, mystery, and enchantment, where time was fluid and the barriers between the living and the dead were porous. The other world was not a place of suffering or oblivion, but one of rest and renewal, where the souls of the departed could journey through peaceful forests, across shining lakes, and over rolling hills. It was a land of eternal spring, a realm where the dead could live in harmony with nature, untouched by the struggles and harshness of the mortal world. The Tuatha De Danann, the Celtic gods and goddesses, ruled over this mystical otherworld, often represented as a land beneath the earth, beyond the mist, or hidden behind a veil of time. This realm was neither a final judgment nor a permanent escape, but rather a place for rest, reflection, and renewal. The Celts believed that the soul was eternal, passing through various cycles of existence, and that death was simply another phase in the soul's journey, one that might lead to rebirth or transcendence. Souls of the dead could wander the otherworld, interacting with the living, offering guidance, and participating in the eternal rhythms of life. The Celts believed that death was not something to be feared but an inevitable return to the divine, a return to the ancestors who had gone before. The dead lived on in the memories of the living, in the stories told around the hearth, and in the rituals of the sacred festivals. The Samhain festival, for example, was a time when the veil between the worlds was thinnest, allowing the living to commune with their ancestors, honor them, and receive blessings from the departed. The souls of the dead were seen as part of a continuous cycle, neither lost nor forgotten but forever intertwined with the world of the living. The Celts also believed in the concept of the Land of Youth, a mythical paradise where the spirits of the dead would dwell. This land, often depicted as an idyllic island, was a place of beauty, joy, and eternal peace. It was a place where those who had lived good lives could enjoy the fruits of their deeds, free from pain or suffering. The dead were not judged, but welcomed into a realm where they could rest and exist in harmony with the gods, untouched by the worries of the mortal world. The contrast between the Norse and Celtic views on death was stark but not contradictory. The Norse saw death as a reflection of life lived with strength and honor, where the dead either found glory in Valhalla or quiet obscurity in hell. For the Celts, death was not an end but a passage, a return to a sacred place where the cycle of life continued in another form. In the Celtic view, death was merely a continuation of the journey, while the Norse saw it as a final judgment, one shaped by the deeds done in life. Both traditions, however, understood that death was inevitable, and both framed the afterlife as a place of transformation, a continuation of the soul's journey, whether in peace or in preparation for a final battle. For the Norse, it was a harsh reality that the bravest would fight forever, while for the Celts, it was a gentle reminder that death was but a return to the eternal rhythms of the earth. The cold wind howled through the mountains, and the firelight flickered in the dimly lit hall. A hero, bloodied and weary, stood tall, facing the rising sun, knowing that his journey was far from over. Heroism was not born of glory alone, but of the struggle, the perseverance, the sacrifice, those rare qualities that set a man or woman apart from the ordinary, leaving their mark on history, or on the myths that would be passed down through generations. For the Norse and Celts, heroism was not merely a matter of strength or victory, it was about courage in the face of the impossible, about embracing fate, and making one's life a story worth telling. In the frostbitten lands of the Norse, heroism was deeply tied to the values of honor, loyalty, and resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. The most iconic heroes in Norse mythology were the warriors who lived for the fight, who sought not just personal glory but a place in the halls of Valhalla, where they would be remembered forever. To die in battle was to fulfill one's destiny, to prove that one's life had meaning, that their strength and will could not be broken by the cruelty of the world. The tales of heroes like Sigurd the Dragon Slayer or the warrior princess Lagertha were more than just stories of feats of strength. They were symbols of the Norse worldview, where life was fleeting and harsh, and only the brave could carve out immortality through action. Sigurd's journey, for example, was one of epic proportions. He was not merely born into greatness, he fought for it. He slayed the dragon Fafnir, but the true heroism lay not just in the physical battle. His story reflected the Norse ideal of the individual's quest for honor, a willingness to face the worst that the world had to offer in order to fulfill one's destiny. Sigurd's journey was about courage, about choosing the path of struggle, even when death loomed on the horizon. It was this relentless pursuit of glory that defined the Norse hero, someone who lived for battle, embraced fate, and believed that their journey would never end. But heroism, in the Norse sense, was never just about personal gain. The heroes fought not just for their own survival, but for the survival of their people, their gods, and their world. The idea of the eternal struggle, fighting against the odds, facing inevitable destruction, was an ever-present theme in Norse myth. The gods themselves, such as Thor and Odin, were not above the trials and sacrifices required of a hero. Thor's battles against giants, and Odin's relentless pursuit of wisdom, all revealed the true nature of heroism. It was about doing what had to be done, regardless of personal cost. Heroism in the Norse world was about embracing the struggle, understanding that failure was always a possibility, yet never retreating from what needed to be done. On the other side of the sea, Celtic heroism was deeply connected to the land, to magic, and to the supernatural. Heroes in Celtic mythology, while equally fierce and brave, were often defined by their connection to the divine and the natural world. They were not just warriors, they were protectors of the land, the people, and the gods. Their heroic journeys were marked by trials that tested not just their strength, but their wisdom, humility, and the balance they maintained with the forces of nature. Celtic heroes like Cuchulainn or Finn mac Cumhaill were not just warriors, they were avatars of the gods themselves, often marked by their divine parentage or blessings from otherworldly beings. Cuchulainn's epic journey is one of the most poignant examples of Celtic heroism. As a child, he took up the sword and defended his people, but his heroism was always tempered with a deep sense of personal sacrifice. His famous battle frenzy, or Ryastrad, transformed him into an unstoppable force, yet it also cost him his humanity. Cuchulainn's journey was defined by a conflict between the heroic ideal and the cost of that ideal. He fought for his people, for honor, but he also understood that true heroism often came with great loss. His ultimate death, caused by the very battles he fought to protect others from, reflected the Celtic understanding of heroism as an act of both creation and destruction, a duality that was a central theme in their worldview. Finn mac Cumhaill, on the other hand, embodied a different kind of heroism. His journey was marked by wisdom as much as by strength. He was a leader, a protector of the sacred, and his stories often focused on his adventures and the quests he undertook to secure the safety of his people and the integrity of the natural world. Finn's wisdom, often acquired through the ingestion of the salmon of knowledge, set him apart from other heroes. His heroic journey was not just one of battle, but of learning, of growing, and of leading by example. He was the embodiment of the Celtic ideal of heroism. Someone who balanced the physical with the intellectual, the earthly with the divine. While both Norse and Celtic heroes had their defining qualities, the cultures they represented showed a stark contrast in their views on what constituted heroism. The Norse ideal was often about individual glory, personal sacrifice, and a fierce determination to face one's fate, no matter how grim. The Norse heroes were driven by a desire to achieve greatness, knowing full well that they might not live to see the fruits of their labor. The Celts, however, viewed heroism through a lens that was much more interconnected with the world around them. Celtic heroes were not just individuals, but guardians of their communities and the sacred balance of nature. Their journeys were often marked by wisdom, transformation, and an understanding that true heroism required a connection to something greater than themselves, the divine, the natural world, and their people. The heroic narratives of both traditions reflect these cultural ideals. The Norse stories were filled with fierce battles, and the gods themselves were warriors who never ceased to fight. The Celts, on the other hand, were more likely to see their heroes embarking on quests that tested their inner strength and connection to the world, proving that heroism was not just about the sword but about the heart and mind. The heroes of both cultures, however, shared a common thread: they were larger than life. They were men and women who dared to defy the ordinary, who pushed the limits of what was possible and created stories that would echo through the ages. In both the North and the Celtic lands, heroism was a way of making one's life matter, of carving out a legacy that would outlast the fleeting moments of mortality. And in every battle, every quest, and every journey they undertook, these heroes carried with them the dreams and ideals of their people, dreams of honor, of glory, of protecting those they loved, and of leaving behind something worth remembering. The wind carried a distant, ominous howl, as if the earth itself was whispering of something to come, something inevitable, something that could not be avoided. Prophecy had always been the sharp blade hanging over the lives of gods and mortals alike, a reminder that no matter how much one might fight against fate, it would always arrive, untamable and unstoppable. For the Norse, this prophecy was known as Ragnarok, the cataclysmic battle that would signal the end of the world. For the Celts, the cycles of destruction and renewal echoed through their legends, constantly reminding them that life and death were intertwined in an eternal dance of rebirth. In the icy cold of the north, the sky darkened as the sounds of war grew louder. The gods had foreseen it. Ragnarok was coming, the day when the world would be consumed by fire and ice, the gods would fall, and the forces of chaos would rise. The prophecy had been known for ages, passed down through the whispers of the seers and the sagas sung by the skalds. But knowing what was to come did not make it any less terrifying. Odin, the All-Father, had long sought wisdom, and yet even he could not escape the fate that awaited him. The skies would tear open, and from the depths of the abyss, the giants, Jotnar, would rise, bringing with them the chaos that had been foretold. The sun would be swallowed, the earth would shake, and the gods would fight a desperate, final battle to preserve what little was left. But in this final conflict, there would be no victors. Thor would fall beneath the serpent Jormungandr's crushing blows, and Odin, the great king of the gods, would meet his end at the jaws of the wolf Fenrir. The gods, those mighty figures who had once shaped the world and held dominion over it, would perish, leaving the earth in ruin. But even as the fires of Ragnarok ravaged the land, there was a faint glimmer of hope. The cycle would not end in complete destruction. Out of the ashes of the old world, a new one would rise. A few gods would survive, and humanity, too, would be reborn. The seeds of a new age would be planted in the ruins of the old. This was the tragic beauty of Ragnarok. It was a necessary cleansing, a final battle between order and chaos, between creation and destruction. It was a reminder that nothing, not even the gods, could escape the inevitable passage of time. Even the greatest warriors, the mightiest deities, would fall. But through their sacrifice, a new world would be born, one that would continue the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Ragnarok was not an end, but a transition, a bridge from one age to the next, forever defined by the promise of renewal. And so, even as the gods braced themselves for the battle of their lives, there was a sense of peace, an understanding that the world's destruction was not to be feared, but embraced as part of the natural order. Meanwhile, in the misty hills and green plains of the Celtic lands, the cycles of destruction and renewal echoed in a similar but distinct rhythm. The Celts did not believe in a singular, final apocalypse like Ragnarok. Instead, their myths spoke of an endless cycle, a rhythm of death, rebirth, and regeneration that wove its way through the fabric of time. The Celts believed that the world was never truly destroyed, but constantly reborn in a never-ending cycle of transformation. Death was not a finality but a necessary stage in the cycle of life. The gods, much like the land itself, would wither and die only to be reborn, each cycle bringing forth a new form, a new beginning. The Celtic understanding of the end times was not bound by one catastrophic event. Instead, it was embodied in the constant turning of the wheel of the year, which governed the seasons, the agricultural cycles, and the lives of the people. Winter would come, bringing death and decay, but with the arrival of spring came new life, new growth, and the promise of resurrection. This cycle was reflected in the stories of the gods, such as the death and rebirth of the great goddess, whose journey through the seasons mirrored the life cycle itself. At the winter solstice, she would die, only to be reborn again at the spring equinox, ushering in a new year of growth and fertility. Similarly, the Celtic myth of the Cailleach, the ancient and powerful hag who ruled over the winter months, reflected the destructive yet regenerative nature of death. The Cailleach was a goddess of winter who could freeze the land and bring death to nature. But as the season turned, she too would die, only to be reborn as the young and vibrant bride, Brigid, in the spring, a goddess of fire, fertility, and healing. This cyclical death and renewal symbolized the eternal rhythm of life, the belief that destruction was merely a prelude to creation, and that from the darkest moments, the brightest could emerge. The Celts also had their own vision of the otherworld, a place where the spirits of the dead resided and where the forces of nature could be felt in their purest form. The land of the dead, rather than being a place of eternal torment or oblivion, was seen as a place of rest and transformation, a threshold between life and death. There, the dead were not lost, but simply waiting for the time when they would be reincarnated in another form. Even in death, the Celts believed there was hope. The souls of the dead could return to the world in new bodies, and in this way, the cycle of destruction and renewal was perpetuated, ever onward, without end. While the Norse believed in a final battle, a dramatic reckoning of the gods and the world itself, the Celts viewed their cycles as an ongoing, inevitable flow. There was no finality, only continual change. Both cultures, however, shared a deep understanding that destruction was not something to be feared but accepted as a part of life's eternal cycle. Both saw the end times not as a singular event, but as a necessary moment in a process that was always ongoing. Whether it was Ragnarok, the final battle between gods and giants, or the cyclical death and rebirth of the Celtic gods, both cultures understood that the destruction of the old was always followed by the birth of the new. And so, as the world turns and the seasons change, the prophecy of the end times continues to haunt the hearts of those who listen to the ancient tales. For the Norse, it is the thunderous battle of Ragnarok, a time when gods and giants will meet in their final struggle. For the Celts, it is the ever-turning wheel of the year, where death and life intermingle in an endless cycle. Both are reminders that the end is never truly an end, just a transition, a necessary shift in the ongoing rhythm of life, death, and rebirth. The air was heavy with the scent of impending doom, the sky darkened, and the earth trembled beneath a rising tide of chaos. There is a moment in every culture when the weight of prophecy grows too heavy to ignore, when the signs of destruction grow undeniable and the world seems to be teetering on the brink of collapse. For the Norse and Celts, the end times were not just a far-off concept, but a reality woven into the very fabric of their mythology, two powerful prophecies, each speaking of destruction, yet each offering the potential for rebirth. In the icy winds of the north, Ragnarok, the final, apocalyptic battle loomed like an ominous shadow over the gods and men alike. The prophecy was clear: the world would end in flames and bloodshed. The gods would die in a cataclysmic clash, giants would rise, and the very elements would turn against the world they once protected. The end was inevitable. It was foretold that Odin, the mighty All-Father, would fall to the monstrous wolf Fenrir, that Thor, the god of thunder, would perish fighting Jormungandr, the great serpent of the ocean. The sun would vanish from the sky, the stars would fall, and the earth would be swallowed by the sea. Yet in this moment of chaos, a new world would emerge, a world reborn from the ashes of the old. Ragnarok was not merely an end. It was a cleansing, a final battle between order and chaos, light and dark, where both gods and giants would face their ultimate fates. The gods, in their wisdom and power, were not exempt from the brutal consequences of their own existence. The prophecy cast a long shadow over their lives, knowing that even they were bound to the cycle of fate. They fought not only for their survival but to fulfill their destinies, to embrace the truth of their eventual demise with bravery. As the final battle raged, the world would crack open, and the forces of chaos would pour in, but from the destruction came the possibility of renewal. The old world would perish, but the seeds of a new world, a better world, would be sown by the few who survived. 2 humans, Lif and Lifthraiser, would emerge from the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, and from them, a new race would arise to repopulate the earth. Though the gods had fallen, the promise of rebirth lingered, like a faint whisper in the ashes of a burning world. Meanwhile, far to the west, in the mist-shrouded lands of the Celts, there was no singular moment of reckoning, no cataclysmic end, but a constant cycle of destruction and renewal that stretched back to the dawn of time. For the Celts, the end times were not a single event, but rather a perpetual flow, a never-ending turning of the wheel. Each death, each destruction, was merely a prelude to the next cycle of life and rebirth. The land, the seasons, the gods themselves all followed this rhythm, living, dying, and living again. It was not destruction for its own sake, but for transformation and growth. In Celtic myth, the great goddess, who embodied both creation and destruction, would pass through her own cycle of death and rebirth. During the harsh winter months, the land would wither, barren and cold. The old gods, including the powerful Cailleach, a hag who ruled the winter, would grow weary and die, only to be reborn as the young and vibrant Brigid, bringing life and warmth with the coming of spring. The death of one form, the passing of one season, was never an end but a necessary step toward the renewal of the land, the gods, and the people. The Celts believed that life and death were not opposites but intertwined in a continuous cycle. The death of the old year gave way to the birth of the new. The sun would set and disappear into the dark, but it would always rise again, bringing light and warmth with it. The cycles of the moon, the seasons, and the years mirrored the ever-turning wheel of fate, each moment of darkness giving way to a moment of light, each death eventually leading to a new birth. This cyclical destruction and renewal were seen not as a battle against the end, but as an essential part of the natural order. Like the Norse, the Celts also believed in the idea of transformation. The otherworld, a realm beyond our own, was a place where souls would journey after death, awaiting their return in new forms. Death was never permanent, it was merely a transition, a necessary part of the ongoing flow of life. Heroes like Cuchulainn and Finn Mac Cumhaill were bound to this cycle, born from the gods, their lives marked by conflict and sacrifice, but also by their connection to the land and the forces of nature that governed the world. They, too, would be reborn in stories, their heroic deeds living on in the hearts of those who remembered them. In both the Norse and Celtic traditions, the end times were not simply moments of destruction but also moments of great potential. For the Norse, Ragnarok was a grand final battle, a fiery purge, but it was also a moment of renewal, where the gods' sacrifices would pave the way for a new beginning. For the Celts, the endless cycles of death and rebirth were a reminder that destruction was a natural part of life's flow. The land would wither in winter, only to burst forth in the spring with new life. The end was never truly an end. But there was something universally unsettling about prophecy, the sense that no matter how hard one tried to change their fate, there was always an inescapable force pulling them toward a predetermined destiny. The gods and heroes of both traditions understood this truth. They could fight, they could resist, but ultimately, they would face their fate, whether it was in the heat of battle at Ragnarok or in the cold grasp of winter before the rebirth of spring. The destruction was inevitable. The renewal was, too. In both the Norse and Celtic traditions, the end was always just the beginning. Each death carried with it the seed of life, and each destruction left space for the world to rebuild itself. These ancient prophecies, filled with chaos and despair, also carried the faintest glimmer of hope that through the darkest of times, through the fall of gods and heroes, a new world could arise, a better world, one forged from the very ashes of the old. In the windswept shores of the north, where the howl of wolves echoes through the night and the frost bites at your bones, there emerged a hero whose name would live on through the ages. Beowulf, a man whose strength was rivaled only by his courage, stood against monstrous forces that threatened to devour the world itself. From the misty hills of Ireland, far from Beowulf's cold homeland, another warrior of unmatched valor arose, Cuchulainn, whose very name would come to symbolize the blood of heroes, the fierce fire of battle, and the unwavering devotion to his people. Though they hailed from different lands and cultures, both heroes shared qualities that transcended time and place, each standing as a testament to the triumph of the human spirit over insurmountable odds. Beowulf's journey began in the realm of the Geats, where he was a young warrior with a destiny larger than he could ever imagine. His first great trial came when he heard of the terror that had descended upon the kingdom of the Danes. A demon named Grendel, with claws that could tear through flesh and strength that could crush bones, had been slaughtering the Danes without mercy. Beowulf, brave and confident, sailed across the seas to face the creature. Armed with nothing but his sword and his own unmatched strength, he entered the lair of Grendel. The battle was brutal. Grendel, no mere mortal, was a terror of the night, but Beowulf's grip was even stronger. With a roar of defiance, Beowulf wrenched Grendel's arm from his body, sending the beast fleeing into the darkness, never to return. But the battle was not over. Grendel's mother, a vengeful creature who dwelled deep beneath the water, arose to avenge her son. Undeterred by the depths of the lake or the dangers lurking in the murky waters, Beowulf dove into the abyss, where an even fiercer battle awaited. It was there that he faced the mother of all monsters, a beast of unimaginable ferocity, with eyes that burned with the wrath of 1,000 storms. But Beowulf was undeterred. In the very heart of the monster's lair, he fought and killed Grendel's mother, sealing his legacy as a hero of unparalleled courage. Yet, even after his victory, Beowulf's journey did not end. He would return to his homeland, and years later, face one final foe, the great dragon that terrorized his people. This was not just a battle against a creature of scales and fire, it was a battle against time, a battle against the inevitability of death. Even as an older man, Beowulf did not hesitate. He faced the dragon with the same bravery and strength that had defined him in his youth, but this time, the cost was high. The dragon was fierce, and though Beowulf struck the final blow, it was his own life that was claimed by the fire-breathing beast. The legacy of Beowulf, the hero who faced monsters both physical and metaphorical, was immortalized in his death, a reminder that true heroism requires not just strength, but the willingness to face one's fate. Cuchulainn's story, though different in many ways, shares the same underlying theme of a hero rising against impossible odds, a champion standing against the chaos that threatens the very fabric of his world. Born as the son of the god Lugh and the mortal Dagda, Cuchulainn's destiny was shaped by both divine and human forces. From a young age, his feats of strength and prowess in battle were unmatched. But it was his fateful battle with the wild boar that would mark the beginning of his legendary trials. Like Beowulf, Cuchulainn was known for his fierce determination and unshakable courage. He was not a hero who sought glory for its own sake, but a hero who fought to protect his people, a champion of justice who would never back down from a fight, no matter the cost. One of the most defining moments in Cuchulainn's life came when he single-handedly defended Ulster against the armies of Connacht. The army of Connacht, led by Queen Maid, had invaded Ulster, and none of the warriors of Ulster were able to stand against the invasion, except for Cuchulainn. stricken with a magical curse that rendered his people unable to fight, it was Cuchulainn who took up the sword and single-handedly held off the invading army. His battle with Medb's forces was a testament to his extraordinary combat skills and unyielding spirit. Time and time again, he defeated warriors much larger and stronger than him, employing his unparalleled battle skills and using his chariot, his spear, and his mighty sword to strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But Cuchulainn's life was not one of simple victories. Like Beowulf, his triumphs came at a high cost. His sense of honor and duty meant that he was willing to sacrifice everything for his people, even his own life. In the end, Cuchulainn's death came not as a result of a single battle, but from a series of betrayals, misfortunes, and the inexorable passage of time. Wounded, betrayed by those closest to him, he faced his death bravely, tying himself to a stone so that he could die standing, as a warrior should, even in his final moments. His death marked the end of an era for Ulster, and the legacy of his heroism would live on in the hearts of the people who would tell his story for generations. Beowulf and Cuchulainn, though born in different worlds, shared an essence that transcended the boundaries of culture and time. Both were born to greatness, and both rose to face monsters and armies that no ordinary man could hope to defeat. Their trials, though distinct, mirrored each other in the way they revealed the hero's inner strength, honor, and sacrifice. Where Beowulf faced Grendel and the dragon, Cuchulainn stood alone against the forces of Connacht and against the betrayals of those who once called him their own. Both heroes fought not for glory, but for the protection of their people, for the preservation of honor, and for the hope that their deeds would be remembered long after their deaths. But there was something raw, something tragic about both of their fates. They did not seek immortality through their deeds, they sought to fulfill their purpose, to protect their people, and to face death with dignity. The legacies of Beowulf and Cuchulainn, like all heroes before them, are a reminder that the greatest triumphs come at the highest cost. It is not the monsters they slay, or the battles they win, that make them legends. It is their willingness to sacrifice everything in the name of duty, honor, and love for those they protect. Their triumphs, their trials, and their ultimate sacrifices are the essence of heroism, timeless and unyielding, like the mountains and the seas, enduring through the ages. A chill wind howled through the barren trees as the moon hung high in a starless sky. The ground trembled beneath the hooves of spectral horses, and the sound of thunderous galloping filled the air. The wild hunt had begun. Across the lands of the Norse and the Celts, legend spoke of the same terrifying, otherworldly procession. In the north, the hunt was often led by the god Odin, mounted on his eight-legged steed, Sleipnir, with a host of ghostly figures riding alongside him. Their mission was unclear, but their appearance heralded chaos, death, and the blurring of the line between the living and the dead. It was a force beyond control, a sweeping wave of destruction, drawing those who dared to look upon it into its deadly grasp. Similarly, in the Celtic lands, the wild hunt, led by a powerful and enigmatic figure such as the horned god or the spectral figure of Cernunnos, swept across the landscape like a storm, evoking fear and awe. The wild hunt was a force unlike any other, an eerie parade of hunters, spirits, and beasts, driven by an unknown, otherworldly purpose. Whether it was Odin leading the charge in search of souls or the Celtic hunters chasing the fading echoes of the past, the hunt was a shared motif between the two cultures, a terrifying spectacle that transcended the boundaries of mortal existence. It was a moment where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, a haunting reminder of the forces beyond comprehension that loomed over human life. The riders of the wild hunt were not ordinary men. Their appearance was ghostly and fearsome. Their eyes glowed with the fire of otherworldly knowledge, their faces often hidden beneath cloaks, but their presence was undeniable. The hunt was not merely a physical event, but a supernatural one, a journey into the unknown. It was said that those who encountered the hunt were either struck dead or swept into the hunt themselves, bound to ride as one of the spectral hunters for eternity. The huntsmen were driven by a need for vengeance, for the hunt of souls, or perhaps for a deeper, darker purpose that only the gods understood. They were agents of chaos, reminding the living of their own mortality, their helplessness in the face of fate. In Norse myth, the wild hunt was tied to the god Odin, who sought wisdom and knowledge at any cost, even if it meant bringing the dead back into the world of the living. During the long, dark winter months, Odin would ride out in search of the fallen heroes who resided in Valhalla, summoning them to join him in his endless pursuit of knowledge. The hunt represented the eternal quest for power, for dominance over life and death. It was Odin's attempt to control fate itself, to gather the souls of the bravest warriors and lead them into battle for the final, inevitable clash of Ragnarok. But the wild hunt was also a reminder of the thin veil that separated the world of the living from the realm of the dead. As the hunt swirled through the trees and over the hills, it was said that the dead were never far behind. The hunt's presence was always accompanied by an unsettling feeling, a sense of dread, as if the very air was charged with the energy of spirits who had crossed into the realm of the living. The gods, it seemed, were not above death or fate. They too were bound to the dark currents that swirled just beyond human comprehension. The Celtic interpretation of the wild hunt echoed many of the same themes. In Celtic mythology, the horned god, often identified with Cernunnos, the god of fertility, animals, and the hunt, was depicted as the leader of the spectral hunters. Cernunnos was both a god of life and death, a symbol of the cycles of nature, and it was fitting that he would lead the hunt, which spanned the boundaries between life and death. The hunt in Celtic mythology was less about the pursuit of knowledge and more about the cycles of nature, the rise and fall of the seasons, the inevitable death of the year, and the rebirth that would come with the spring. The figures of the hunt were often seen as the dead who had returned to guide the living through the darkness of winter, urging them to embrace the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. In Celtic lands, the wild hunt was also associated with the fair folk, the Aossi, spirits who resided in the otherworld. These spirits would ride alongside the hunt, sometimes joining in the pursuit, sometimes leading the riders to the places where souls lingered, waiting to be taken. The hunt was a reminder that death was ever present in the Celtic worldview, not as something to fear, but as a natural part of existence. It was an event where the living and the dead coexisted, where the veil between the worlds was pulled thin, and the forces of nature and the afterlife were intertwined in a sacred dance. For both the Norse and the Celts, the wild hunt was an event that defied the understanding of mortals. It was a reminder of the tenuous nature of existence, of how close the living were to the world of the dead. It was a force beyond control, a storm that swept through the earth, carrying with it the weight of the unknown. Yet, it was also a force of renewal. In the Celtic tradition, the hunt marked the cycle of the seasons, where death gave way to rebirth. In the Norse world, it was part of the cosmic order, a representation of the gods' need for knowledge, no matter the cost. Both traditions recognized the hunt as a moment when the boundaries of life and death blurred, when the realms of gods, spirits, and mortals intertwined. The wild hunt was not simply a chase for souls or a ritual of death, it was a symbol of the eternal forces that governed the world. It was a reminder of the power of nature, of the gods, and of the inevitable end that all beings must face. The hunt never ended. It was a ceaseless cycle, a part of the very fabric of existence, a moment when the mortal world became a part of something far greater, far more ancient, and far more mysterious than any one person could comprehend. As the hunt rode across the skies, as the thunder of hooves echoed through the hills, the message was clear: life and death, man and god, hunter and hunted, were bound together in ways that none could escape. The wild hunt was both a terror and a symbol of rebirth, a haunting reminder of the forces that shaped the very destiny of the universe. The sky grew dark, and the air was heavy with the promise of something ancient stirring beneath the surface of the earth. A low rumble echoed across the mountains, followed by the crackle of fire in the distance. In the Norse lands, they called it a dragon, the great serpent, coiled around the treasures of the gods and the earth itself, a creature born from the primordial chaos that existed before time began. In the Celtic lands, it was often the fierce, majestic serpent, a creature of both life and death, symbolizing the forces of nature that neither mortal nor god could control. Both the Nordic and Celtic myths are rich with stories of dragons and other mythical creatures that challenge the laws of nature, reminding humankind of the fragile balance between the forces of good and evil, creation and destruction, life and death. These creatures were not just beasts, they were embodiments of power, guardians of ancient knowledge, and living symbols of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In the vast, ice-capped mountains of the north, one of the most infamous dragons was Fafnir. Born as a dwarf, Fafnir was transformed into a monstrous serpent by the corrupting influence of greed. His story is one of betrayal, murder, and the ultimate price that comes with the desire for power. Fafnir hoarded his ill-gotten treasures in a cave, surrounded by a cursed, darkened world where no light could pierce the shadows. His form was no longer that of a simple dwarf. He had become a symbol of unchecked ambition, a creature whose hunger for wealth had stripped him of his humanity. When the hero Sigurd sought to defeat the beast, he did so not only for treasure, but to break the curse that held the land in its grip. As Sigurd drove his sword into Fafnir's heart, it was as though the very earth trembled, the dragon's death marking the end of an era of greed and decay. Yet, even in death, Fafnir's hoard remained, a testament to the destructive power of desire, a power that can consume even the strongest of beings. Dragons were not only creatures of destruction in Nordic myths. They were also powerful forces of nature, linked to the very fabric of existence. NHGGR, the dragon who gnawed at the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, was a constant reminder of the cycles of decay and renewal that governed the universe. The great tree, which held all the worlds together, was under threat not from fire or steel, but from the slow, steady gnawing of a creature whose very existence represented the forces of entropy, the inevitable decay of all things. NHGGR was the embodiment of destruction, but in its destruction, it made way for new life, creating a balance that could not be disrupted, even by the gods themselves. The dragon was not simply an enemy to be vanquished, it was a necessary force in the eternal cycle of life and death. In the Celtic lands, dragons and serpents were similarly imbued with symbolism, though they were often seen not just as forces of destruction, but as symbols of transformation. The Celts, who revered nature and saw life in all things, viewed serpents as creatures that could traverse the boundaries between worlds, acting as messengers between the living and the dead. In stories of the Celtic hero Finn mac Cumhaill, the serpent appears as both a threat and a symbol of power, a creature whose death signifies the triumph of good over evil. Yet, even in these tales, the serpent was never truly defeated. It would always return, embodying the cyclical nature of life and death, where nothing is ever truly gone, but simply transformed. One of the most powerful creatures in Celtic mythology is the serpent-like dragon known as the Wyrm, which has roots deeply embedded in the earth. The Wyrm is often portrayed as a creature of immense power, linked to the forces of nature, capable of changing the landscape with its breath or its movements. It is both feared and revered, for it embodies the raw power of the earth itself, the primal forces that both sustain and destroy. In some myths, the Wyrm was said to have the ability to shapeshift, moving between forms, appearing as a dragon one moment and a serpent the next, depending on the needs of the story. But it was not only dragons and serpents that populated the mythologies of these two cultures. Across the hills and forests, in the darkened corners of the world, the Celts and the Norse spoke of creatures that were half-human, half-beast, shapeshifters, fey creatures, and otherworldly beings whose true natures were hidden beneath their outward forms. In the Nordic tradition, these creatures were often linked to the gods and the giants, beings whose power extended beyond the mortal realm. Loki, the trickster god, was a master of transformation, able to shift his shape and assume the guise of animals and other forms at will. Loki's shapeshifting was not just a tool for mischief, it was a manifestation of the fluidity of the world itself, a world where nothing remained constant, where everything could change in the blink of an eye. In the Celtic tradition, the fey creatures, the Alsi, were often depicted as beings who could shift between the realms of the living and the dead. They were guardians of the otherworld, watching over the gateways between life and death, keeping the balance between the two. Their powers were both awe-inspiring and terrifying, for they had the ability to appear in many forms, from beautiful, ethereal beings to monstrous creatures with powers that could twist the very fabric of reality. The importance of dragons and mythical creatures in both traditions is undeniable. They are not mere beasts to be slain or defeated, they are representations of forces that transcend the mortal world. In the Norse myths, they embody the destructive forces of nature, the chaos that exists beyond the order of the gods. In the Celtic myths, they are creatures of transformation, representing the cyclical nature of life and death, of destruction and renewal. Both traditions used these creatures to teach lessons about the world, to remind their people that nothing in life is ever truly permanent. Whether in the shape of a dragon, a serpent, or a shapeshifter, these mythical creatures symbolize the forces that shape the universe, forces that cannot be controlled, only understood and respected. As the firelight flickered and the wind howled through the trees, the stories of these creatures lived on in the hearts of those who listened, passed down from generation to generation, their scales glittering like the stars in the night sky. The dragons, the serpents, the shapeshifters, these creatures were not just monsters, they were the embodiment of the very forces that ruled the world. And in their stories, we see that the greatest power lies not in slaying the beast, but in understanding the lessons it has to teach. The mountains echoed with the sound of hammer strikes, the rhythmic clang of iron meeting metal, as the dwarves worked tirelessly in their forges, crafting weapons and treasures that would transcend time itself. In the dark depths of the earth, they were masters of the craft, creatures of stone and fire, born from the rock, shaped by the forces of nature itself. They were the makers, the builders, the artisans who could mold the very fabric of the world into weapons that would either defend or destroy. But as their hammers rang, they were never alone. Around them, hidden in the shadows of the forests and hills, the elves watched, creatures of grace and beauty, bound to the ancient ways of the earth. They were the guardians, the keepers of the natural world, imbued with magic that could bend the very elements to their will. This was the world of the Nordic and Celtic mythologies, a world where beings of extraordinary power and strange beauty roamed, hidden from the eyes of mortals. But these creatures were not mere figments of imagination, they were essential parts of the world, living forces that shaped the destiny of gods and men alike. The dwarves and elves of the north, with their grim determination and mystic ways, were mirrored in the Celtic lands by the Fae and the City, otherworldly beings whose nature was as mysterious as it was dangerous. In the Norse tradition, dwarves were the craftsmen of the gods. These small, stout beings lived beneath the mountains, in the dark places of the earth, where they mined precious metals and stones. Their hands could craft wonders, gifts for the gods themselves, like Thor's hammer Mjolnir, the magical ring Draupnir, or Odin's spear Gungnir. Dwarves were beings of great skill and craft, but they were also bound by a deep, unshakable greed, hoarding their treasures in dark, hidden places. The stories of the Norse dwarves were not only about creation and craftsmanship, they were also about the cost of greed, of the dangers of desiring power without understanding the price that must be paid. These dwarves were not like the fair, elegant elves of myth. They were beings of the earth, their skin dark like the stone from which they were born, their hands calloused and worn from years of labor. Their power lay not in their beauty or grace, but in their mastery of the forge and their understanding of the earth's secrets. The dwarves could create treasures, but they could also bring destruction. Their magic was subtle, hidden beneath layers of craftsmanship, and they knew the power that came with their art. Above the dwarves, in the wild, untamed forests and the light of the moon, lived the elves. The elves were creatures of beauty and grace, beings of light, often seen as the antithesis of the dwarves' earthbound existence. While the dwarves worked tirelessly in the depths of the earth, the elves lived in the heights of the trees, and places where the world seemed to shimmer with magic. They were often portrayed as beings of wisdom and magic, skilled in the arts of sorcery and enchantment. Their lives were intertwined with the natural world, and they held dominion over the elements, able to command the winds, the waters, and the very stars in the sky. Elves were not simply beautiful beings, they were the caretakers of the world's balance, beings who could shift the course of fate with a single spell. In Norse myth, the Light Elves, or Ljósálfar, were said to live in the realm of Alfheim, one of the 9 worlds that existed in the cosmos. They were ethereal, delicate creatures who embodied the beauty of the natural world. They were associated with the sun, the moon, and the stars, forces of light that guided the world in times of darkness. But the elves were not always benevolent. Their beauty and their magic could be as dangerous as they were alluring. They were known to play tricks on mortals, leading them astray with promises of gifts and power. Their magic was subtle, woven into the very fabric of nature, and they could be as cruel as they were kind. To cross an elf could mean to invite misfortune, as they were known to retaliate fiercely against those who disrespected them. The elves were as mysterious as they were enchanting, their motives often unclear, and their actions unpredictable. Across the sea, in the Celtic world, similar creatures roamed the lands, beings whose existence transcended the mortal world and whose magic was as ancient as the earth itself. The Fae, or fair folk, were creatures of immense power, beings that inhabited the spaces between the worlds. They were said to live in the forests, the hills, and the streams, and places where the veil between the mortal world and the other world was thin. They were elusive and beautiful, with an air of mystery that surrounded them wherever they went. In Celtic myth, these Fae were often depicted as tricksters, using their magic to lead humans astray or to grant them boons and curses alike. The City, the noble race of the Fae, were the most powerful of these otherworldly beings. They were said to live in the mounds and hills of the earth, and hidden realms where the rules of time and space did not apply. The City were the rulers of the Fae, beings of great beauty and power, who lived in a world parallel to our own. Their courts were as grand as any earthly kingdom, but their ways were mysterious and often inscrutable. The City were creatures of magic, and their magic could shape the world in ways that mortals could not comprehend. To be favored by the City was a great honor, but to incur their wrath was a danger that no mortal could survive. In Celtic myths, the Fae were not just creatures of beauty, they were the keepers of ancient knowledge, guardians of the natural world, and arbiters of fate. The Fae were said to have the ability to heal, to curse, to shapeshift, and to control the forces of nature. But with their power came the danger of the unknown. Mortals who ventured too far into the realms of the Fae could find themselves lost, trapped in a world where time did not pass, where promises were broken, and where the consequences of every action were far greater than they seemed. The dwarves and elves of the Nordic lands, and the Fae and City of the Celtic world, represent two sides of the same coin. The dwarves, with their deep ties to the earth, are beings of craft and power, whose magic is rooted in creation and destruction. The elves, with their connection to the forces of nature and the elements, are beings of grace and wisdom, whose magic can bend the world itself. The Fae and City of the Celts are similarly beings of magic, but their power is more tied to the realm of the unseen, to the forces that govern fate, time, and the natural world. They are guardians of the earth's mysteries, beings who are as much a part of the natural world as the trees and the wind. Both the Norse and Celtic mythologies recognize that the world is full of hidden forces, creatures that live beyond the mortal realm, watching and waiting, their power capable of shaping the fate of all things. Whether it is the dwarves and elves, the Fae and City, or any number of other worldly beings, these creatures remind us that magic exists in the world, quietly, subtly, and always just beyond our reach. Their power is a reflection of the world's mystery, of the forces that shape and define life and death. And in their stories, we are reminded that the line between the mortal world and the realm of the divine is thinner than we might ever have imagined. A breeze stirred the ancient trees, and the whispers of unseen forces rippled through the air, carrying secrets that only the most attuned could hear. In the farthest corners of the world, in the forgotten caves and hidden groves, magic lay waiting, untouched, powerful, and ancient. The world of the gods, of mythical creatures, and of mortals was not bound by the limits of reality as we know it. It was shaped by unseen forces, threads of enchantment woven into the very fabric of existence. In the Nordic and Celtic worlds, magic was not just a force, it was the essence of life itself, the power that guided the fate of every being, whether god or mortal. The Norse, with their rugged landscapes and harsh winters, saw magic as a force that could bend the very rules of nature. In their world, magic was not a distant or abstract concept, it was a visceral, dangerous power that could shape the future, alter the present, and even control the past. The practice of magic, or siege, was reserved for those who were capable of seeing beyond the veil of reality, for those who could touch the intangible and wield it with purpose. It was a magic of transformation, of shaping the will of the gods and mortals alike. Odin, the All-Father, was a master of this kind of magic. In his pursuit of wisdom and knowledge, he gave up one of his eyes to gain the power of foresight, but he also delved into the dark arts of siege. Unlike other gods, Odin was not just a warrior, He was a sorcerer, one who could see the threads of fate and twist them to his will. He understood that magic was not about power alone, it was about understanding the unseen forces that held the world together, the forces that dictated the rise and fall of empires, the cycle of life and death. In his quest for knowledge, he opened himself to the world of the dead, communing with spirits and the ancient ones who knew the secrets of the universe. His magic was not only for battle or for domination, it was for understanding the deeper truths of existence. But Odin was not the only one who wielded such power. Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, was also deeply tied to magic, particularly in the form of galdr or incantations. Her magic was the magic of transformation, the ability to change the course of events through the power of song, of spoken word, and of will. Freya's connection to magic went beyond mere manipulation of the physical world. It was a magic that connected her to the natural forces, to the flow of life itself. She was said to have the ability to shapeshift, to become any creature she desired, and to weave spells that could heal or harm, depending on her intentions. For Freya, magic was a natural extension of her being, as much a part of her as her beauty or her love for her people. In the Celtic world, magic was similarly intertwined with the fabric of life. The Celts, with their deep connection to nature and the land, saw magic as an inherent part of the world around them. It was not separate from reality, it was the very force that held the world together, a power that existed in the trees, the waters, the stones, and the winds. The Fae, those magical beings of the otherworld, were the guardians of this magic, using their powers to protect the land, to heal, and to punish those who disrespected the natural order. The Druids, the spiritual leaders of the Celts, were the practitioners of magic, wielding the power of nature through sacred rituals and incantations. Their magic was tied to the earth, the cycles of the moon, and the changing seasons. They understood that the world was in constant flux, and that by aligning themselves with the natural forces, they could tap into a power that was far greater than themselves. The Druids could speak with the trees, interpret the movements of the stars, and call upon the spirits of the land to aid them in their work. Their magic was not merely for personal gain, it was for the balance of the world, to ensure that the natural order was maintained. Celtic magic was deeply rooted in the idea of connection. It was a magic that bound all things together, the land, the people, and the gods. The City, the Fae beings of the otherworld, were said to possess an almost godlike ability to manipulate magic, bending the forces of nature to their will. They were not just tricksters or creatures of whim, they were powerful beings whose magic could change the very fabric of reality. The Fae were said to be able to summon storms, command animals, and even change the course of time itself. Their magic was as fluid and unpredictable as the tides, flowing in and out of the world of mortals, shaping the future in ways that no one could foresee. But magic in both the Nordic and Celtic traditions was not just about the power to change the world, it was about the cost that came with such power. Magic was a double-edged sword. It could heal, but it could also destroy. It could offer knowledge, but it could also drive a person mad with the weight of that knowledge. In both traditions, those who practiced magic, whether they were gods, druids, or mortals, had to tread carefully. Magic was a gift, but it was also a curse. It demanded respect, patience, and understanding, for to misuse it was to invite destruction. In the Norse world, the practice of siege was often seen as a dangerous and unpredictable art. The seeresses, or volvas, who practiced this magic were not always respected by society, for their power to alter fate was feared. They were the ones who could see into the future, who could summon the dead, who could change the course of events with their words. But their power came at a price. To look into the future was to risk knowing too much, to be burdened with the weight of knowledge that could break even the strongest of minds. It was said that Odin, in his pursuit of wisdom, had to pay a heavy price, not only his eye, but also the toll that magic took on his soul. Siege, like all magic, was not something to be taken lightly. In the Celtic world, the Druids understood the same truth. Their magic, like the earth itself, was cyclical. It was connected to the seasons, to the rhythms of nature, and to the forces that governed life and death. To practice Druidic magic was to align oneself with these forces, to be in tune with the natural world. But the Druids knew that to misuse magic was to upset the balance of nature, to disrupt the delicate harmony that kept the world in order. Their magic could heal, but it could also curse. It could guide the soul to the afterlife, but it could also trap it in the world of the living. Magic, in both the Norse and Celtic traditions, was not something that could be controlled. It was a force that flowed through the world, weaving its way through the lives of gods, mortals, and mythical creatures alike. It could be harnessed, but it could never truly be tamed. Magic was both a gift and a curse, a force that could change the world in an instant, but also bring about its downfall. Those who sought to wield magic had to be mindful of its power, for it could take as easily as it gave. And as the wind whispered through the trees, the secrets of the world, of magic, of enchantment, of life and death, remained just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet forever beyond our grasp. In the dim light of the ancient forest, beneath towering oak trees whose branches reached out like wise old hands, the Druids gathered. Cloaked in robes of deep green and brown, they moved with the grace of the earth itself, attuned to the whispers of nature, their eyes seeing things beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Their ritual chants echoed through the trees, their voices entwining with the wind, as if the very elements responded to their call. They were the guardians of knowledge, the keepers of sacred wisdom that had been passed down from generation to generation. In the Celtic world, the Druids were not just priests, they were spiritual leaders, healers, judges, and advisors, trusted with the responsibility of guiding the people through the mysteries of life and death. Far from the Druidic groves and the sacred hills of the Celts, and the frostbitten lands of the north, the seeresses, known as the volvas, stood just as firmly rooted in their tradition. They were the voice of prophecy, the women who could peer into the very fabric of the universe, seeing the threads of fate weave themselves into the future. In the quiet of a midnight ritual, they would enter into a trance, their eyes glazed over with visions of what was yet to come. Their power was not born of the earth beneath their feet, but of the divine wisdom that flowed through their blood, a gift that allowed them to see past the confines of time. They, too, were not simply oracles, but revered spiritual figures, each holding the keys to unraveling the mysteries of life itself. But despite the apparent similarities between the Druids and the seeresses, two powerful priesthoods, both intimately connected to the unseen forces of the world, there were deep, unspoken differences that set them apart. These differences were rooted in their cultural contexts, their spiritual practices, and their connections to the land and the gods they served. In the Celtic world, the Druids were a force to be reckoned with. They were the keepers of ancient knowledge, the ones who held the wisdom of the natural world and the spirit world alike. The Druids were often considered the mediators between the mortal realm and the otherworld, the unseen domain where spirits, gods, and ancestors resided. They could perform rituals to call upon the spirits of the deceased, channel the power of nature, and invoke the gods to intervene in the lives of mortals. Their teachings were sacred, passed down orally, for the Druids had no written language of their own. This gave them an air of mystery and power, as their knowledge was considered to be something sacred, something that could not be easily attained. The role of the Druids was multifaceted. They were not only spiritual guides, but also the judges of their people. They held great influence, advising kings and chieftains on matters of war, law, and diplomacy. They were the ones who decided whether a person's actions were in alignment with the will of the gods, and they performed the sacred rites that ensured the fertility of the land and the health of the people. The Druids were steeped in the cycles of nature, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the seasons. Their rituals were deeply tied to these cycles, and they understood that the magic of the world was not just a gift, but a responsibility. They saw the world as interconnected, each part of nature playing a role in the grand tapestry of life. To be a Druid was to be a caretaker of this balance. Seeresses, on the other hand, had a different role, but one that was no less important. The volvas of the Norse were women who could peer into the future, seeing what was to come and advising the gods and mortals on their destinies. These seeresses held a power that was often seen as dangerous, an ability to alter the course of history by predicting the future and giving counsel on matters of fate. They were revered and feared in equal measure. Unlike the Druids, who were linked to the land and the cycles of nature, the seeresses were tied more closely to the flow of time and destiny. Their magic was not about maintaining balance, but about glimpsing the threads of fate and seeing how they could be shaped. While the Druids guided their people through rituals of nature, the volvas guided the gods through the twists and turns of destiny. The volvas were often consulted in times of war, when fate seemed uncertain and the gods needed insight. They were also sought after in times of hardship, when the future seemed bleak and the path ahead was unclear. These women were seen as intermediaries between the gods and mortals, able to channel divine wisdom and foresight. But their power came at a price. To glimpse into the future was to carry a burden. The seeresses were said to experience visions that could drive them to madness, as the weight of seeing multiple possibilities for the future often shattered the mind. Their connection to the gods was intimate, but it also meant they were constantly aware of the fragility of human existence. Both the Druids and the volvas held sacred knowledge that was not easily understood by outsiders. In the Celtic world, the Druids' knowledge of magic, healing, and the unseen world was passed down through apprenticeships. Those who sought to become Druids had to prove their worth by learning the sacred chants, the laws of nature, and the mysteries of the cosmos. It was a long and arduous process, but the reward was the ability to wield immense power in the service of the gods and the people. The Druids did not merely perform rituals, they were the ones who understood the cosmic order, who knew how to bend the forces of nature to their will. In the Nordic world, the volvas also passed down their knowledge, but their training was often more solitary, as their power was deeply tied to personal wisdom and the ability to see beyond the present. They were often solitary figures, traveling from place to place, performing rituals and offering counsel where it was needed. Their power was seen as a gift that had been bestowed upon them by the gods, particularly by Odin himself. It was said that Odin, in his pursuit of wisdom, learned the art of siege from the volvas and passed it down to others, creating a long-standing tradition of seers and prophets. The Druids and the seeresses both held power that could shape the world, but their methods, their roles, and their connection to the divine were distinct. The Druids were the keepers of nature's laws, the guides who helped their people live in harmony with the world around them. They saw the divine in the land itself, in the sacred groves and the flowing rivers. The seeresses, on the other hand, were the keepers of fate, able to peer into the unseen threads of time and shape the course of history. They saw the divine in the threads of destiny and the unfolding of the future. Both priesthoods shared a deep reverence for the sacred, for the forces that shaped the world, but they channeled that reverence in different ways. The Druids connected with the land, the elements, and the gods through rituals and ceremonies that upheld the balance of nature. The seeresses connected with the gods through visions, seeing what was to come and guiding both gods and mortals on the paths they would take. In the end, both the Druids and the seeresses were bound by a common thread, their duty to serve the divine, to honor the forces of nature, and to guide their people through the mysteries of life and death. Their paths were different, but their purpose was the same, to be the voice of the gods on earth. In the flickering light of a distant fire, the scent of burning herbs mingled with the cold night air, carrying with it a sense of reverence and solemnity. Around the altar, shadows danced as flames flickered, casting strange shapes on the ground. It was in this sacred space that lives and fates would be shaped, not through words or spells, but through acts of devotion and sacrifice. For in both the Nordic and Celtic traditions, sacrifices were not just rituals, they were lifeblood, binding the gods, the land, and the people in a sacred exchange. To sacrifice was to offer something of value, whether it be the life of an animal, a token of wealth, or even one's own blood, in order to establish a connection with the divine. The act was rooted in the belief that the gods were not distant beings beyond reach, but intimately involved in the workings of the world. They were ever present, always watching, listening, and, most importantly, waiting for offerings. This was the language of the gods. Through sacrifice, one could invoke their favor, seek their guidance, and ensure the balance of life itself. In the Nordic lands, where the harsh winds cut through the trees like knives and the mountains loomed like silent sentinels, sacrifices were an essential part of life. To the Norse, the gods were not mere symbols, they were powerful, living beings who demanded respect, and that respect was shown through offerings. The Vikings, fierce and proud, understood the value of sacrifice in a world where survival was never guaranteed. They honored the gods by offering their best, whether it was the finest animal, a valuable item, or even human life in extreme circumstances. One of the most powerful forms of sacrifice in the Norse tradition was the offering of blood. Blood held immense power, symbolizing life itself. To shed blood in the name of a god was to give a part of yourself, to acknowledge that your life was intertwined with the divine. In times of war, battle was often seen as a form of sacrifice in itself, where warriors sought to prove their worth and gain favor in the eyes of the gods. But even beyond the battlefield, blood sacrifices were common. It was said that during the great festivals and feasts, a boar or a horse might be slaughtered as an offering to Odin, Freya, or other gods, to ensure prosperity, victory, and divine protection. The greatest of all sacrifices in the Nordic world was the sacrifice of life. The Vikings believed that the gods could be pleased or appeased by such an offering, especially Odin, who was said to have hung himself from the world tree, Yggdrasil, in a self-sacrifice to gain wisdom. It was a brutal but profound symbol of the interconnectedness between gods and mortals. To the Norse, this sacrificial act wasn't just a ritual, it was a testament to the power of life and death, and the eternal struggle that defined both. Oaths were also offered in the form of sacrifice. To swear an oath to a god, or to offer a promise of loyalty, was a powerful act. The Vikings believed that if you made a vow, the gods would hold you to it. If you broke your oath, there would be dire consequences. So, when a warrior pledged loyalty to his leader or to the gods, the promise itself was a form of sacrifice, an offering of his soul, bound by honor and the ever-watchful eyes of the divine. In the Celtic lands, the belief in sacrifice was just as deeply embedded in the fabric of society, though the rituals had their own unique form. The Celts, deeply connected to the land, understood that offerings were a way to give back to the earth and the gods who governed it. They believed that the forces of nature, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the earth itself, were alive, and to honor them was to ensure that the cycles of life continued without interruption. To make a sacrifice was to acknowledge the power of nature, to show respect for the forces that kept the world in balance. The Celts had a profound reverence for water, and many of their sacrifices were made to lakes, rivers, and streams. It was believed that water was a conduit between the mortal world and the other world, the realm of the gods. Sacrifices were often made by casting offerings into sacred bodies of water, gold coins, weapons, or the heads of animals, believed to be a way of giving to the gods and ensuring divine favor. In times of drought or famine, water-based sacrifices were made to call forth the rains or ensure the fertility of the land. But the Celtic sacrifices were not always of material wealth or life. The Celts also practiced sacrifices of the spirit, particularly through rituals of the mind. A common form of offering was the act of fasting or self-purification. Druids would often enter into a trance-like state through fasting, isolation, or prayer, offering their own mental and spiritual clarity as a form of sacrifice to the gods. This was seen as a way of cleansing oneself and aligning the soul with the divine forces, allowing the gods to speak through the seers and the shamans who performed these acts of spiritual devotion. In both traditions, there were specific times and places set aside for these sacred acts of devotion. In the Nordic world, the sacrifices were often made at altars, places set apart from the everyday world. These altars were sacred spaces, sometimes marked by stones or trees, where offerings were left for the gods. In the Celtic world, sacred groves were the equivalent of these altars. The Druids performed rituals in these natural sanctuaries, where the divine could be contacted through the very trees and stones that stood as witnesses to the offerings. To the Celts, these groves were the living temples of the gods, spaces where the divine could descend to commune with mortals, and where sacrifices could be made in complete harmony with the natural world. There was also a sense of communal sacrifice. The gods were believed to thrive on the collective offerings of the people, not just the individual. Festivals such as Yule, the Midwinter Feast, and Beltane, the fire festival of fertility, were not merely times of revelry but were also deeply spiritual moments, where the entire community would offer their sacrifices to ensure the prosperity and protection of all. In these sacred celebrations, the people were not just participants, they were part of the ritual itself, each person contributing in their own way to the greater offering. Whether it was through the lighting of fires, the singing of songs, or the making of offerings to the gods, everyone played a role in maintaining the balance between the gods, the land, and the people. But there was one thing that both the Nordic and Celtic traditions shared when it came to sacrifice: the recognition that all life was interconnected. Whether it was the slaughter of an animal or the offering of a prayer, sacrifice was a way of reaffirming the deep bond between gods, mortals, and nature. The act of giving, whether it was material wealth, a part of one's life, or an offering of the soul, was not just about appeasing the gods, it was about honoring the flow of life itself. It was an acknowledgement that in order for life to continue, there must be both giving and taking, a sacred exchange that ensured the vitality of the world. As the embers of the fire flickered in the quiet darkness, the sacrifice was complete, and the silence that followed was not one of absence, but of presence. The gods had heard. The land had been honored. And the circle of life, with its endless cycle of birth, death, and renewal, continued on. As the moon climbed high above the earth, casting its pale light upon the world below, the air was thick with anticipation. For in both the Nordic and Celtic worlds, there were moments in time that transcended the mundane rhythms of daily life, moments that brought the divine closer, where the very fabric of reality seemed to thin, and the veil between the living and the gods grew faint. These were the sacred times, the festivals, when the people came together to honor the gods, to celebrate the seasons, and to seek the blessings of the divine. There were times of feasting, singing, dancing, and ritual, times when the earth itself seemed to pulse with energy, and the people, united by tradition, became one with the gods. In the Nordic world, the festivals were deeply tied to the cycles of nature, especially to the harsh rhythms of the seasons. With their long, cold winters and brief, intense summers, the Norse knew how to honor the changing of the seasons in a way that kept their bond with the gods strong. Winter, with its biting chill and the dark, endless nights, was a time of survival, a time when the light seemed distant, and yet it was also a time for deep spiritual reflection and honor. The festival of Yule, held at the winter solstice, was one of the most important of all. It marked the rebirth of the sun, a turning point in the year when the days would slowly begin to lengthen and hope would return. People gathered around fires, offering sacrifices to the gods, especially to the great god, Odin, in hopes that his wisdom and protection would see them through another year. They drank, feasted, and made merry, but beneath the revelry lay a deep acknowledgement of the forces of nature that governed their lives. Yule wasn't just about honoring the sun, it was also a time to honor the spirits of the ancestors. The Norse believed that during this sacred time, the boundaries between the living and the dead grew thin, and it was possible to reach across the divide to commune with those who had gone before. The Yule log, burned in a fire, was thought to carry with it the spirits of the ancestors, ensuring their continued blessing and guidance in the coming year. The long, dark nights of winter were filled with stories of gods and heroes, of journeys through the realms of the dead and the struggles of the gods in their eternal battle against chaos. For the Norse, Yule was a time of reflection and reverence, a time to look inward and seek wisdom, but also a time to celebrate the strength of the community and the promise of renewal. As the year turned toward spring, the Nordic festivals began to shift, moving from the introspective solemnity of winter to the vibrant energy of life's renewal. The festival of Ostara, celebrated around the spring equinox, was a time of fertility, growth, and rebirth. The Norse, like many other cultures, recognized the importance of this time, when the earth awoke from its long winter slumber and new life began to sprout from the soil. Ostara was a time for planting, for honoring the spirits of the earth and ensuring the fertility of the land. Flowers, animals, and symbols of fertility were offered to the gods, and prayers were said for a good harvest. It was a time to celebrate the cycle of life, to acknowledge that death and rebirth were forever intertwined, and to honor the gods who governed this sacred cycle. But the Nordic world wasn't the only one where the wheel of the seasons turned in sacred rhythm. In the Celtic lands, the festivals were equally profound, shaped by the same cycles of nature, but with a unique vibrancy and a deep connection to the elements. The Celts celebrated four major festivals that marked the changing of the seasons: Imbolc, Beltane, Lammas, and Samhain, each one a reflection of the eternal dance between life, death, and rebirth. Imbolc, held at the beginning of February, marked the first stirrings of spring. It was a festival of purification and light, dedicated to the goddess Brigid, whose very essence embodied fertility, healing, and craftsmanship. Fires were lit, not only to honor Brigid but also to symbolize the growing strength of the sun. Candles were placed in windows, as a way of inviting the light back into the world. The festival of Imbolc was a time for purification, both of the body and of the spirit, where people cleaned their homes, burned away the old, and prepared for the new. It was a time to honor the goddess, to ask for her blessings of fertility, and to prepare for the coming of new life. As spring fully bloomed, the Celts celebrated Beltane, a festival of fire, passion, and fertility, held on May 1st. It was a time of exuberant joy, of celebrating the union between the earth and the sky, between the god and the goddess. Beltane marked the beginning of the warmer months, the time when the earth's fertility was at its peak. Bonfires were lit on hilltops, their flames leaping high into the night sky, calling upon the gods to bless the land with abundance. The people would dance around the maypole, their bodies entwined in a celebration of life and love. Beltane was a time for renewal, a time for lovers to come together, for the earth to be honored, and for the spirits of the land to be awakened. Lammas, celebrated around the 1st of August, marked the height of summer and the first fruits of the harvest. It was a time to give thanks for the bounty of the earth, to celebrate the fruits of labor, and to recognize the sacrifices that had been made to ensure survival. The Celts, deeply connected to the land, knew that the harvest was a sacred gift, one that must be shared with the gods. Offerings of bread, grain, and the first of the crops were made to ensure the prosperity of the community. Lammas was a celebration of abundance, but it was also a reminder that the cycle of life was always in motion, that what was given could also be taken away. Then, as the days grew shorter and the chill of autumn began to creep into the air, the Celtic peoples prepared for Samhain, the most important of all the festivals. Held on October 31st, Samhain marked the end of the harvest and the beginning of the darker half of the year. It was a time to honor the ancestors, to commune with the spirits of the dead, and to recognize the cyclical nature of life. Samhain was the time when the veil between the worlds was thinnest, and the spirits of the dead could cross over to visit the living. Bonfires were lit once more, and the souls of the departed were honored with offerings of food and drink. The Celts believed that during Samhain, the boundary between the living and the dead was blurred, and the ancestors could offer guidance and protection for the year to come. Both the Nordic and Celtic festivals were not mere celebrations of nature, they were sacred times, imbued with spiritual significance. They were moments when the divine could be felt in the world, when the gods were present, and when the people could come together to honor the cycles of life. They were rituals that connected the human soul to the forces of nature, that bridged the gap between the earthly and the divine. In these festivals, the people found a way to celebrate life, to honor the gods, and to keep the sacred rhythms of the world in motion. The weight of silence hung in the air, thick with the gravity of an ancient tradition. In the heart of the forest, beneath a canopy of towering oaks, a young warrior stood before the gathered community. His eyes were focused, yet his heart raced with the knowledge that today, he would cross the threshold between youth and adulthood. The elders, the Druids, the priests, all stood around him, their eyes filled with solemn pride. This was the moment, the rite of passage, when a child became a man, when a warrior was reborn, when a person took on the mantle of their ancestors. The ritual would bind him not only to the gods, but to the very soul of his people. And as the air hummed with anticipation, the drums began to beat, their rhythm a call to all who witnessed this sacred act. In the ancient worlds of the Celts and the Norse, rites of passage were more than mere ceremonies, they were transformative events, charged with spiritual power and deep significance. These rituals marked the transitions in life, the crossing of boundaries from one stage of existence to another. They were moments of vulnerability and strength, of facing fear and embracing destiny. They were acts of initiation that connected the individual to the divine, to their community, and to the past, weaving them into the grand tapestry of life that stretched across generations. The journey from childhood to adulthood, from innocence to wisdom, was not to be taken lightly. It required a deep connection to the forces of nature, to the gods, and to the ancestors. For the Celts, the rites of passage were intimately connected to the cycles of nature and the spiritual roles that individuals would assume in life. The transition from childhood to adulthood was often marked by an initiation into the Druidic order, a sacred step that required wisdom, courage, and deep spiritual understanding. Young initiates were taken into the wild, sometimes blindfolded or secluded in sacred groves, where they would be tested in their ability to communicate with the spirits of nature, to understand the hidden forces of the world, and to interpret the will of the gods. The trials were difficult, tests of endurance, of mental acuity, of spiritual strength. It was not enough to simply survive these trials, they had to be conquered with honor, for only then could one be seen as worthy to become a true member of the tribe, a person who could guide others in matters of spirit and wisdom. The Druids were the spiritual leaders, the keepers of knowledge, and the wise elders who would guide the people through the trials of life. To become a Druid was a journey that began in childhood and culminated in a series of trials that tested the initiate's connection to the natural world, their ability to see the unseen, and their wisdom in matters of both life and death. The rituals often took place during the sacred festivals, especially at Samhain or Beltane, where the barriers between the physical and spiritual worlds were believed to be the thinnest. The initiates would sit in meditation, asking the gods for guidance, and sometimes undergoing symbolic acts, such as cutting a strand of hair to represent their shedding of childhood innocence. These rites signified their readiness to embrace the responsibilities of adulthood, not just as individuals, but as integral parts of the spiritual and social fabric of the Celtic people. For the Norse, the rites of passage were equally significant, but they often revolved around the warrior ethos, the challenges of battle, and the quest for personal honor. For the young Norsemen, becoming a warrior was not simply about picking up a sword, it was about embracing a way of life, about joining the ranks of the Aesir and Vanir in their eternal battle against the forces of chaos. These rites of passage were brutal, filled with trials that tested the strength, courage, and resilience of the individual. A young warrior would often be sent on a quest, sometimes alone, to prove their worthiness. They would face the harsh elements, survive against the odds, and return with the mark of their triumph, whether it was the head of a dangerous beast, a weapon of great power, or simply the knowledge that they had survived a trial that had tested every ounce of their being. The most well-known of these rites of passage was the blood oath. A young warrior would make a solemn vow before the gods, often invoking Odin himself, and pledge their life to the sacred cause of their people. This oath was taken seriously, for breaking it meant facing the wrath of the gods themselves. In exchange for their loyalty, the gods would provide protection in battle, strength in times of need, and glory in death. A warrior's passage into adulthood was marked not just by a ceremony but by the constant awareness that their life was part of a larger cosmic battle. Every victory, every loss, was a reflection of their connection to the divine forces that shaped the world. And then there was the initiation into the ways of magic, an initiation that was as sacred as it was mysterious. In both Celtic and Norse traditions, magic was not simply a matter of spells or rituals, it was a spiritual calling, a deep connection to the unseen forces that governed the universe. For those who would walk the path of the seeress or the wise woman, there was a separate, equally important rite of passage. The initiate would be taken into solitude, often to a remote location in the wilderness, where they would undergo visions, often induced through fasting or trance. In these visions, they would meet the gods, the ancestors, or otherworldly beings who would grant them the knowledge they sought. The seeress or wise woman would return from this journey not only with knowledge of the future, but with the power to guide others in matters of destiny, fate, and spirit. These initiations were deeply personal, marked by an intense spiritual experience that forever changed the initiate's understanding of their place in the world. The rites of passage were not confined to the young. In both Celtic and Norse traditions, there were rituals that marked the transition from one stage of life to another, whether it was the acceptance of a new role in the community, the assumption of leadership, or the moment of death itself. In these cultures, death was not the end of the journey, it was a final rite of passage, a transformation from the mortal realm to the spirit world. The dying were often given offerings to ensure a safe passage into the afterlife, and their journey was marked with solemn rituals that honored their legacy and their connection to the gods. In the Norse world, warriors who died in battle were honored with a feast in Valhalla, where they would feast and fight in the presence of Odin himself, preparing for the final battle at Ragnarok. In the Celtic world, the dead were honored with offerings, and their memory was kept alive through the rituals of the living, who believed that the ancestors still walked among them, offering guidance and protection. The rites of passage in both cultures were not simply ceremonial, they were sacred moments that connected the individual to the divine, to the community, and to the cycles of nature. They were acts of transformation that marked the turning of the wheel of life, from childhood to adulthood, from innocence to wisdom, from life to death. These rituals were not only about the individual, they were about the collective, about ensuring that each person knew their place within the larger tapestry of existence, and that their actions would carry meaning far beyond their lifetime. To pass through a rite of passage was to understand that you were part of something far greater than yourself, a community that spanned generations, a people who honored their gods and ancestors, and a world that was alive with mystery and power. The torches flickered in the damp evening air, casting long shadows across the stone floors of the great hall. The hum of voices rose and fell, mixing with the deep, resonant sounds of the old chants. At the center of the room stood the king, adorned in his royal cloak, his eyes distant yet filled with the weight of his title. Around him, the warriors, priests, and sages waited for his next command. His power was more than just the crown he wore, it was the authority bestowed upon him by the gods themselves. His kingship was sacred, his leadership a bond to the divine, to the spirits of his ancestors, and to the land that stretched far beyond his sight. Kingship in the ancient world was never simply a political role, it was a divine responsibility. The kings of the Celts and Norse were not only leaders of their people, they were the bridge between the mortal and divine realms. They stood as living symbols of the gods while on earth, tasked with upholding the laws of nature, protecting their people, and guiding them through times of peace and war. But their leadership was not absolute. They were not all-powerful rulers, but stewards of the land, chosen to lead with wisdom, justice, and strength. Their reigns were measured by how well they embodied the virtues of their gods, how they upheld the moral codes of their people, and how they ensured the prosperity of their realms. For the Celts, the notion of kingship was deeply intertwined with the land itself. The king was not simply the ruler of his people, but the protector of the land, the steward of the forests, the rivers, and the fields. The Celtic king was often seen as the embodiment of the fertility and vitality of the earth, and his reign was thought to ensure that the cycles of nature, of planting and harvest, of life and death, would continue smoothly. In times of drought, famine, or plague, the king's ability to lead was scrutinized, for the health of the kingdom was believed to be directly tied to his strength. If the land was sick, it was said that the king's strength had faltered. If the harvest failed, it was a sign that the king had not kept his bond with the gods. His leadership was a sacred duty, and failing in that duty meant that the land itself would suffer. But a king's power was never seen as absolute or unquestioned. The Celtic king was not a despot, but a leader who was often bound by the will of the people. In the Celtic tradition, the king's authority was confirmed not just by inheritance or conquest, but by the will of the tribe. The selection of the king was often tied to ritual and sacred rites. The chosen king would typically be an individual who could demonstrate not only strength and wisdom, but a deep connection to the gods and the natural world. He would often undergo trials to prove his worthiness, and it was the Druids, the wise spiritual leaders of the Celtic people, who were instrumental in this process, ensuring that the gods had given their blessing to the king's rule. The kingship was, in many ways, a spiritual bond, a connection between the divine and the human that had to be maintained with reverence and care. For the Norse, kingship held a similar sacred weight, but the focus was more on the king's ability to lead his people in battle, to protect the realm from external threats, and to uphold the honor of the gods. The Norse king, like his Celtic counterpart, was viewed as a figure chosen by the gods, but his legitimacy was often more directly tied to his success in battle and his personal valor. A king in the Norse world was not just the leader of his people, he was their protector, their champion in the constant struggle against the forces of chaos. His role was not only to rule, but to defend and uphold the warrior culture, to lead his warriors with strength and wisdom, and to ensure that his people were prepared for the inevitable challenges of life. The Norse believed that a king's power came from the gods themselves, particularly from Odin, the All-Father, who had been a king before him. To be a king was to be a representative of Odin's will on earth, tasked with leading his people as Odin led the gods. Kings were often seen as embodiments of the warrior king archetype, their lives bound to the ideals of honor, strength, and courage. Their legitimacy was not just rooted in sacred rites or bloodlines, it was forged in battle and in the strength of their character. A king who was not strong, not honorable, would quickly lose the support of his people and his warriors. The Norse kings, much like their Celtic counterparts, were expected to be men of action, not simply men of words. Their leadership was defined by their ability to make difficult decisions, to lead their people with courage, and to protect their realms from the encroaching darkness. But, much like the Celts, the Norse king's power was never absolute. There was a concept of fate in the Norse tradition, a belief that the gods themselves had a hand in determining the course of events. The king, while a figure of great power, was subject to the will of the Norns, the three weavers of fate who spun the threads of life and destiny. The king could not control his fate, nor could he control the fate of his people. The best a king could do was to live honorably, lead fearlessly, and fulfill his duty to the gods and his people. This connection to fate meant that kings often lived with a deep awareness of their mortality, knowing that their reign was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of the world. In both Celtic and Norse cultures, the king was not just a political figure, he was a man bound to the spiritual and natural worlds. His leadership was an act of service to the land, the people, and the gods. He was expected to uphold the honor of his people, to guide them through times of peace and war, to protect the sacred bond between the mortal realm and the divine. A king's reign was measured not by how long he ruled, but by how well he fulfilled his sacred duty to his people and to the gods. And, as the years passed and the king grew older, his reign often passed into the hands of the next generation. The king's sons, or chosen heirs, were groomed to take on the mantle of leadership, to carry the torch forward and continue the work that their fathers had begun. This passing of power was marked by its own sacred rituals, often involving sacrifices, oaths, and the blessing of the gods. The king's death, when it came, was not the end of his influence. His memory, his leadership, and his connection to the divine continued to shape the realm long after he had passed. In both the Celtic and Norse traditions, the legacy of the king lived on through the deeds of his descendants, through the stories told by bards, and through the continued prosperity of the land he had ruled. Kingship, in both the Celtic and Norse worlds, was more than just a title, it was a divine responsibility, a sacred trust that demanded the highest virtues. A king's life was measured not by the length of his reign, but by the strength of his leadership, the wisdom of his decisions, and the honor he brought to his people. His rule was defined by his connection to the gods, his devotion to the land, and his unwavering commitment to the well-being of his people. To be a king was to stand as a beacon of hope, a symbol of strength, and a living link between the mortal and divine worlds. And when the king's reign ended, whether in victory or death, the legacy of his leadership would continue to echo across the land, a reminder of the sacred duty that had once been his. The wind howled through the jagged peaks, carrying with it the raw chill of a world untamed. In the shadow of the mountains, the frost giants stirred, their colossal forms blending with the icy expanse. Far across the sea, on an island shrouded in mist, the Fomorians gathered, their twisted shapes a reflection of the primordial chaos they embodied. These two forces, though separated by land and myth, shared a common thread, a ceaseless conflict with the gods, a battle of order against chaos, a struggle that echoed the very creation of the cosmos. The frost giants of Norse mythology were not mere monsters, they were ancient, primal beings, born of the frozen void where fire and ice first met. From the icy rivers of Niflheim and the fiery chasms of Muspelheim, Ymir emerged, the first of their kind, a being vast and incomprehensible. Ymir's body would give shape to the world itself, but his offspring, the frost giants, became the eternal adversaries of the Aesir and Vanir, the gods who sought to impose order on the chaos of the world. To the Norse, the frost giants were more than enemies, they were necessary. They represented the untamed wildness that the gods sought to conquer but also respected. The relationship was complex, filled with tension and contradiction. Giants like Loki blurred the line between friend and foe, weaving chaos even within the gods' ranks. The frost giants were not inherently evil, they were a force of nature, a constant reminder that the world was not meant to be entirely tamed. In Celtic mythology, the Fomorians served a similar purpose, embodying chaos and destruction, standing in opposition to the Tuatha Dé Danann, the shining gods of order and civilization. The Fomorians were grotesque and terrifying, with misshapen bodies and cruel intent. They ruled Ireland in ancient times, their power rooted in the primal chaos of the sea and the storm. Yet, like the frost giants, they were more than simple villains. They were ancient, deeply tied to the fabric of the world, and their existence was as vital as it was dangerous. The Fomorians' leader, Balor of the Evil Eye, was a figure of immense power and dread. His single, baleful eye could lay waste to entire armies with its gaze, a weapon of pure destruction. Yet, Balor's downfall would come at the hands of his own grandson, Lugh, a god of skill and light. This familial connection mirrored the complex relationships in Norse mythology, where gods and giants often shared bloodlines and intertwined fates. The battle between gods and giants, between order and chaos, was not a fight to annihilation, it was a balance, a dance of creation and destruction. In the Norse myths, the gods built Asgard, a realm of order and beauty, but it was always under threat from the giants. The frost giants lived on the fringes of the world, in Jotunheim, ever plotting, ever challenging the gods. It was the frost giants who would rise in the final battle of Ragnarok, heralding the end of the world and the beginning of a new cycle. Their role was not just to destroy but to renew, to clear the slate so that the world could be born anew. For the Celts, the struggle between the Tuatha Dé Danann and the Fomorians culminated in the Battle of Mag Twyard, a clash of titanic forces where the fate of Ireland hung in the balance. The gods, led by Nuada of the Silver Hand and Lugh, fought with everything they had, and the Fomorians, with Balor at their head, unleashed the full force of their chaotic power. When Lugh struck Balor down, it was not the end of chaos but a moment of balance restored. The Tuatha Dé Danann took their place as rulers of Ireland, but the Fomorians' influence lingered, a shadow that could never be fully erased. In both traditions, the struggle between gods and giants was a reflection of the human condition. The frost giants and the Fomorians were chaos personified, the unpredictable storms, the destructive forces of nature, the wildness that could never be fully controlled. The gods, in their quest for order, represented humanity's attempt to bring meaning and structure to a world that often defied understanding. Yet, the myths did not suggest that chaos could or should be eradicated. Instead, they acknowledged that chaos was part of the cycle, a necessary counterpart to order. Even in their victories, the gods knew they could not rest. The frost giants would continue to challenge Asgard, their strength undiminished, their resolve unbroken. The Fomorians, though defeated, would remain in the shadows, their chaos woven into the very land itself. These myths were not stories of triumph over evil but meditations on balance, on the eternal push and pull between two forces that could not exist without each other. And so, the gods stood vigilant, their victories temporary, their peace fragile. The frost giants loomed at the edges of the Norse cosmos, and the Fomorians' influence seeped through the cracks of the Celtic world. The battle was eternal, a reminder that life itself was a delicate equilibrium, that chaos and order were two sides of the same coin. To fight was not to destroy but to maintain, to keep the world turning, to ensure that creation and destruction could coexist. The torches burned low as the warriors in the Great Hall prepared for the dawn, knowing that the struggle was far from over. On the icy plains of Jotunheim, the frost giants stirred, their ancient voices rising in defiance. Across the sea, in the depths of the misty isle, the Fomorians whispered their plans, their chaotic power waiting to rise once more. The gods, whether Norse or Celtic, did not fight to end the struggle, they fought to preserve the fragile, beautiful balance of the world they had created. And in that struggle, they reflected the heart of humanity itself, resilient, striving, forever caught between the forces of order and chaos. The air was thick with anticipation, the murmurs of the crowd hushed as the young leader approached the sacred site. A crown of woven gold rested lightly in the hands of the Druid, its gleaming surface catching the light of the rising sun. The moment was not just for the mortal eyes gathered there, it was one for the gods, for the spirits that watched from the unseen. This was not a coronation, it was a pact, an unspoken bond between the divine and the human, between the earth and the sky, between the past and the future. Kingship, in this ancient world, was never simply about power. It was about responsibility, sacrifice, and the weight of something greater than oneself. In both Nordic and Celtic traditions, kingship was sacred. It was not merely a position of governance, but a role steeped in spiritual and symbolic meaning. A king was chosen not only to lead, but to embody the will of the gods, to act as a steward for the land, and to ensure the harmony of the natural and social orders. His authority came from the divine, but his leadership was deeply rooted in the needs and hopes of his people. The Celts saw their kings as living symbols of the land itself. A king's health, vitality, and honor were believed to be directly tied to the fertility of the earth and the prosperity of the tribe. The rituals surrounding kingship often included rites of union with the land, symbolic marriages to goddess-like figures who personified nature and its cycles. This bond was not abstract, it was tangible and sacred. If the king faltered in his duties, if his decisions brought suffering or discord, it was said that the land would mirror his failures. Crops would wither, rivers would run dry, and famine would sweep across the people. His leadership was not just a matter of political acumen, but a spiritual necessity. To lead was to protect, to nurture, and to maintain the balance between the human and the divine. But kingship was also perilous. Celtic lore is rife with stories of rulers who faced harsh consequences for breaking their sacred bond. One tale tells of Conaire Mór, a high king of Ireland, whose reign was blessed with prosperity until he violated a series of Gisa, sacred taboos that bound him. The breaking of these taboos led to his downfall, illustrating the weight of the king's responsibilities and the fragility of his position. Leadership was not simply about power, it was about discipline, self-control, and an unwavering commitment to the laws of both gods and men. In Norse culture, kingship carried a similarly divine weight, but the focus often lay on the king's ability to protect and lead in times of war. The Norse world was one of constant threats, external enemies, harsh climates, and the ever-present chaos symbolized by the giants. A king was a protector, a warrior, a figure who stood between his people and the forces that sought to destroy them. He was expected to embody the virtues of courage, strength, and wisdom, to be a shield for his people and a sword for their enemies. The Norse king was seen as chosen by the gods, particularly Odin, the All-Father. To rule was to follow in Odin's footsteps, to possess not only martial prowess but the cunning and wisdom to navigate a world of shifting alliances and treacherous foes. Yet, even a king was not immune to fate. The Norns, the weavers of destiny, held every life in their threads, and not even the mightiest ruler could escape their influence. This sense of inevitability imbued Norse kingship with a somber gravity. A king might lead with honor and strength, but he was always aware that his reign was but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of existence. The relationship between kings and their people was also pivotal in both traditions. A king's legitimacy depended not only on divine favor but on the trust and loyalty of his subjects. In the Celtic world, this trust was often formalized through rituals and oaths, binding the king and his people in mutual responsibility. A good king was generous, a provider who ensured that no one in his realm went hungry. He hosted grand feasts, distributed wealth, and honored the warriors and poets who upheld the tribe's spirit. His leadership was measured by the well-being of his people, and his success was their prosperity. In the Norse world, the concept of hlaford, or lord, literally meant loford, emphasizing the king's role as a provider. A king who failed to care for his people, who allowed them to suffer or starve, would quickly lose their loyalty. Leadership was a contract, one that demanded as much from the ruler as from the ruled. The bond between a king and his people was forged in shared struggles, victories, and the ever-present understanding that their fates were intertwined. Yet, for all its solemnity, kingship also carried an element of theatricality. Kings were symbols as much as they were men, their actions watched and interpreted by their people as omens of the realm's future. A king's strength, his ability to lead, was reflected in every decision he made, every battle he fought, and every word he spoke. To be a king was to be constantly under scrutiny, to live a life of public responsibility where every failure could spell disaster. But what truly set kingship apart in these traditions was its inherent duality. A king was not just a figure of order and authority, he was also a mediator of chaos, a leader who had to navigate the unpredictable forces that threatened his realm. The rituals of kingship often acknowledged this duality, blending elements of celebration with moments of profound solemnity. The king's role was to stand at the threshold, to balance the forces of creation and destruction, to embody the delicate harmony that kept the world in motion. As the sacred rites concluded, the newly crowned king stood before his people, the weight of his title settling on his shoulders. In his hands, he held not just the symbols of his power, but the trust of his people, the favor of the gods, and the fragile hope of a prosperous future. He was no longer just a man. He was a reflection of something greater, a leader who carried the burden of both the mortal and the divine. And in the flickering light of the torches, as the chants rose and fell like waves, the king took his place among the ancient lineage of rulers, bound to the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The stillness before the storm is the most deceptive kind of quiet. In the halls of gods and kings, where oaths were sworn and alliances forged, the seeds of rebellion often lay dormant, waiting for a spark. Betrayal doesn't announce itself, it creeps in like a shadow, spreading doubt and discord until the bonds of trust unravel. In both Nordic and Celtic mythologies, tales of rebellion and disobedience show us that even the gods are not immune to treachery. Their conflicts are not just battles of strength, but deep wounds of betrayal that echo through the ages. The first crack in a bond of trust often starts small, a whisper of dissent, a single act of defiance. In the Nordic sagas, the most infamous rebel is Loki, the trickster god whose cunning and deceit weave chaos among the Aesir. Loki's betrayal is not a single act, but a series of escalating offenses, each one cutting deeper than the last. He is not just a trickster, but a figure of profound complexity, part ally, part antagonist, his actions born of both mischief and malice. It was Loki who, out of jealousy or sheer perversity, orchestrated the death of Balder, the shining god beloved by all. Balder's death wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was a fracture in the very fabric of the Norse cosmos, a harbinger of Ragnarok, the end of all things. Loki's cunning plan exploited the innocence of the gods, using a sprig of mistletoe, the only thing that could harm Balder, to strike him down. In that moment, the laughter and light that Balder embodied were extinguished, and the gods' trust in Loki shattered irrevocably. But Loki's betrayal did not end there. When the gods sought retribution, he evaded them with cunning and mockery, eventually going so far as to insult them during a feast in the infamous Lokasenna. His words were not mere insults, they were venom, exposing the gods' flaws and hypocrisies, sowing discord in their ranks. For his crimes, Loki was bound in chains beneath the earth, his punishment as eternal as his treachery. Yet, even in his captivity, he was not silenced. His defiance was a reminder that rebellion is never truly extinguished. In the Celtic myths, betrayal often carries a different flavor, one of ambition, jealousy, and the fragile balance of power. The story of Bress, the half-Fomorian king of the Tuatha De Danann, is one such tale. Bress, born of a union between the gods and their ancient enemies, was chosen as king to unite these divided forces. Yet, his reign was marked by arrogance and greed. Where the gods expected a ruler of generosity and fairness, Bress proved to be a miser, hoarding wealth and demanding excessive tribute from his people. His betrayal was not one of outright rebellion, but of neglecting the sacred duties of kingship. Bress's fault came when his people turned against him, their discontent growing until it erupted into rebellion. He fled to the Fomorians, seeking their aid to reclaim his throne, but his actions only deepened the rift between the two factions. In the ensuing battles, Bress was defeated, his betrayal serving as a stark warning about the consequences of forsaking one's responsibilities. But perhaps the most poignant acts of rebellion in Celtic lore come not from kings, but from individuals driven by love, vengeance, or a desperate need for freedom. The tale of Deirdre of the Sorrows speaks to this. Promised to the aging King Concobar, Deirdre fled with her lover Nawaz and his brothers, defying the king's will and the constraints of her fate. Their rebellion was personal, an act of defiance against the injustice of being treated as a prize rather than a person. Yet, their escape ended in tragedy. Their betrayal of the king answered with treachery of its own. Conchobar lured them back with false promises of safety, only to destroy them, leaving Deirdre to grieve in a world that had crushed her spirit. Rebellion in these myths often walks a fine line between justice and chaos, between necessary defiance and destructive betrayal. The gods and heroes who break the rules are not always villains. They challenge the status quo, question the authority of the divine, and force their worlds to confront uncomfortable truths. Yet, their actions come at a cost, a rupture in the harmony of the cosmos, a descent into chaos that must be reckoned with. Even the gods are not immune to rebellion within their own ranks. In the Norse cosmos, the Vanir gods waged war against the Aesir, a conflict sparked by mutual distrust and grievances. Though the war ended in a fragile truce, with hostages exchanged and alliances forged, the scars of that conflict lingered. Similarly, in the Celtic tales, the Tuatha Dé Danann faced challenges from within, as rivalries and ambitions among their own threatened to tear them apart. The stories of rebellion and betrayal are not just tales of conflict, they are windows into the complexities of loyalty, power, and human nature. They remind us that even the divine are fallible, their bonds fragile, and their trust easily broken. Yet, these tales also reveal the resilience of those who endure betrayal, the strength it takes to rebuild what has been shattered, and the wisdom that can arise from even the deepest wounds. As the fires of rebellion smolder and fade, the world they leave behind is forever changed. The trust that was lost can never be fully regained, and the scars of betrayal remain as reminders of what was broken. Yet, from the ashes of discord, new alliances are forged, new paths charted. The gods, like mortals, learn to carry the weight of their choices, their betrayals, and their rebellions. And in that shared burden, they find the strength to face the storms that lie ahead. The winds of the sea carried more than the salt and spray of distant shores, they brought whispers of other lands, other gods, other ways of seeing the world. Across the rugged landscapes of the north and the verdant hills of the Celtic lands, the ancient myths of the Norse and Celtic peoples were shaped not in isolation but in the swirling currents of cultural encounters. Trade, war, migration, and conquest blurred the boundaries of belief, creating a tapestry of shared symbols, borrowed gods, and reimagined stories. In the rugged fjords and icy tundras of the Norse world, mythology was a living, breathing thing, constantly adapting to the harsh realities of survival. When the Norse began their seafaring ventures, they came into contact with other peoples, Anglo-Saxons, Franks, Slavs, and even the distant Byzantine Empire. These encounters did not leave their stories untouched. The sagas and Eddas of the Norse gods absorbed echoes of these interactions, their characters evolving to reflect the complexities of a world no longer bound by narrow horizons. One of the most striking examples of cultural influence can be seen in the figure of Odin. The All-Father, with his relentless pursuit of wisdom, sacrifice at Yggdrasil, and mastery of magic, shares curious parallels with deities from other traditions. Scholars have long noted similarities between Odin and the Roman god Mercury, particularly in their shared roles as guides of souls and patrons of travelers. This connection becomes more intriguing when considering the Norse practice of interpreting Roman gods through their own mythological lens during the Roman Empire's influence on Germanic tribes. Odin, once a more warlike figure, may have taken on his later characteristics of wisdom and cunning through this cultural osmosis. The Celtic lands, too, were crossroads of myth and culture. The arrival of the Romans brought profound changes to the Celtic world, not just in terms of military conquest, but in the realm of belief. The gods of the Celts, tied so deeply to the land and its rhythms, were not erased by Roman influence but transformed. Celtic deities were often equated with Roman ones, their roles and stories merging to create hybrid figures that bridged the two traditions. For instance, the Celtic horse goddess Epona, a protector of travelers and fertility, was widely adopted across the Roman Empire, her image found in far-flung regions where Celtic influence had never directly reached. These encounters weren't always harmonious. The clash of cultures often left scars, and myths could become battlegrounds where the victors sought to impose their narratives. The Norse myth of Ragnarok, with its apocalyptic overtones, might reflect an underlying tension with the spread of Christianity. As the old ways were challenged by the new faith, the Norse myths took on a tone of defiance, their gods fighting a doomed battle against inevitable change. The Christian influences in later tellings of these stories, where the gods' struggles are framed as futile against an all-powerful creator, reveal a mythology grappling with its own mortality. The Celts, too, faced a similar struggle with Christianity, though their myths found ways to survive within the new framework. The Tuatha De Danann, the divine inhabitants of Ireland, were reimagined not as gods, but as the Aes City, the fairy folk who retreated into the mists and hills as Christianity took hold. Their legends persisted, reshaped as stories of saints and miracles, but always retaining the echoes of their pagan past. Brigid, a goddess of poetry, healing, and smithcraft, became Saint Brigid, blending Celtic and Christian identities into a single figure who bridged the two worlds. Yet, cultural encounters were not only about conflict, they were also about creativity. The Norse and Celtic peoples, through their interactions with others, found new ways to tell their stories. The Celts' affinity for intricate patterns and layered meanings influenced the Norse, whose later art and mythology began to reflect a more complex interplay of symbols. The Norse sagas, with their stark, direct style, may have left their mark on the oral traditions of neighboring cultures, encouraging a focus on action and consequence that shaped later European storytelling. Even the shared motifs between these two traditions speak to a history of exchange and mutual influence. The concept of the otherworld, central to Celtic myth, has echoes in the Norse idea of realms like Alfheim and Helheim, places that exist beyond the mortal plane yet remain deeply intertwined with it. Both traditions share a fascination with boundaries, the spaces between life and death, gods and mortals, order and chaos. It's as if the meeting of cultures reflected the myths themselves, where opposing forces create something richer and more profound in their tension. These influences were not static but fluid, evolving with each new encounter. As the Norse and Celts traveled, traded, and fought, their myths became repositories of these experiences. A single artifact, a carved stone, a gold torque, a ship's prow, could carry with it the echoes of 100 stories, each one shaped by the hands and hearts of different peoples. Through these cultural encounters, the myths of the Norse and Celts did not weaken or lose their identities, they grew. Like rivers merging into a larger stream, the flow of stories gained strength, depth, and meaning. These myths remind us that no culture exists in isolation. Every tale carries within it the echoes of countless voices, the imprint of shared humanity, and the ever-present possibility of transformation. And as the tides of history swept across the lands of the North and the West, the myths endured, carrying with them the enduring whispers of a world forever in conversation with itself. In the strokes of a brush and the lines of a pen, the gods and heroes of ancient myths find a new kind of immortality. Long after the last fires of the Viking Age faded and the Druids' whispers were silenced, their stories lived on, woven into art and literature that spanned centuries. Mythology is not confined to the past, it breathes in the imagination of those who bring it to life in new and unexpected ways. Nordic and Celtic myths, with their stark contrasts and haunting beauty, have inspired some of the most vivid works of art and literature humanity has ever created. The raw power of Nordic mythology strikes like the crash of a wave against a rocky shore. The Vikings' art often reflected their belief in a cosmos balanced between order and chaos, a world always teetering on the brink of destruction. Carved runestones and intricate woodwork tell stories of Odin's sacrifice for wisdom, Thor's battles with giants, and the inexorable march toward Ragnarok. These works are not mere decoration, they are storytelling in its purest form, each curve and knot line carrying meaning. The influence of Norse myths surged centuries later, during the Romantic and Victorian eras, when artists and writers looked to the sagas for inspiration. Richard Wagner's operas, particularly Der Ring des Nibelungen, reimagined Norse legends with a dramatic intensity that captured the cultural imagination of 19th-century Europe. The haunting melodies of Wagner's work transformed the gods' struggles into an epic that resonated with audiences far removed from the icy north, proving that these stories were timeless in their appeal. In the Celtic lands, the artistic legacy of mythology is equally profound, but takes on a more intricate and enigmatic form. Celtic art is known for its spirals, knots, and symbols that seem to defy beginning and end, a reflection of the Celtic worldview, where time is cyclical and life flows seamlessly into the otherworld. Illuminated manuscripts like the Book of Kells are perhaps the most famous examples of this tradition. Within their pages, Christian texts are infused with pagan imagery, serpents that twist into endless patterns, lions that seem to prowl across the margins, and figures that carry echoes of the old gods. In literature, the revival of Celtic mythology found its champion in the Irish Literary Revival, a movement that sought to reclaim Ireland's cultural heritage. Writers like W.B. Yeats and Lady Gregory drew deeply from the well of Celtic myths, breathing new life into tales of the Tuatha Dé Danann and the heroic deeds of Cuchulainn. Yeats, in particular, was entranced by the mysticism of Irish folklore, weaving it into his poetry with a dreamlike quality that mirrored the myth's otherworldly essence. In his work, the boundaries between gods and men, the mortal world and the divine, blur and dissolve, creating a sense of wonder and melancholy that lingers long after the final stanza. The modern era has seen Nordic and Celtic myths evolve yet again, their themes and archetypes finding new expressions in contemporary art and popular culture. J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings drew heavily from these mythologies, particularly Norse. Tolkien's dwarves, with their love of gold and stonecraft, are direct descendants of the Norse Dvergr, while the Elves carry traces of the elegant, enigmatic beings of both Norse and Celtic traditions. His work, in turn, influenced countless writers, filmmakers, and creators, embedding these ancient myths within the DNA of modern fantasy. Meanwhile, the Celtic myths have left their mark on works like Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon, which reimagines Arthurian legend through a distinctly Celtic lens. Bradley's portrayal of the priestess Morgaine and the Isle of Avalon draws directly from the myths of the Aes Sedai and their connection to the mystical otherworld. These reinterpretations bring the myths into the present, resonating with new audiences while retaining their ancient power. Art, too, has embraced the myths in new and striking ways. Painters like John Duncan captured the ethereal beauty of Celtic legends in works like The Riders of the City, where luminous figures seem to hover between worlds. Modern visual artists have found inspiration in the stark contrasts and epic scale of Norse myths, their works echoing the tension between light and shadow, creation and destruction. Even in music, the influence of these myths can be felt. Bands like Led Zeppelin and the Pogues have drawn inspiration from the imagery and themes of Norse and Celtic mythology, while genres like folk metal and Celtic rock have woven the myths into their storytelling. The haunting strains of a fiddle or the roar of electric guitars can conjure the wild beauty of the myths in ways words alone cannot. But perhaps the most profound testament to the enduring power of Nordic and Celtic mythology is not in the works of the famous, but in the countless individuals who have taken these stories and made them their own. Through tattoos that carry the symbols of gods and heroes, through handmade crafts that echo ancient designs, and through stories shared around modern hearths, the myths live on. They are not relics of a bygone age, but living threads, woven into the fabric of human creativity. Art and literature do more than preserve mythology, they transform it. With each retelling, each reinterpretation, the myths grow, reflecting the hopes, fears, and dreams of every generation that embraces them. And so, the gods continue to walk among us, not in the halls of Asgard or the misty hills of the otherworld, but in the hearts and imaginations of those who dare to give their stories new life. The worlds of modern fantasy are alive with echoes of Nordic and Celtic mythology, their legends and archetypes woven into the fabric of the genre. Beneath the surface of epic tales of magic, heroism, and otherworldly realms lies the unmistakable influence of gods, heroes, and creatures from the icy north and the Emerald Isles. These ancient stories have not only shaped the foundations of modern fantasy, but have given it depth, resonance, and a timeless allure. Nordic mythology, with its stark grandeur and apocalyptic undercurrents, has provided some of the most enduring templates for fantasy worlds. The 9 realms of Norse cosmology, linked by the branches of Yggdrasil, have inspired countless depictions of interconnected universes. The idea of a cosmic tree, central to many fantasy settings, reflects the Norse understanding of a universe bound together by fate and the ever-present shadow of destruction. Writers have taken this structure and adapted it into sprawling worlds where magic, gods, and mortals coexist in delicate balance. J.R.R. Tolkien, the grandfather of modern fantasy, openly acknowledged his debt to Nordic mythology. His epic saga, The Lord of the Rings, is infused with Norse influences. The very concept of the One Ring echoes tales of cursed artifacts like the Ring and Varanot from Norse legend. The dwarves of Tolkien's world, with their love of crafting and gold, owe much to the Norse Dvergr, master craftsmen who lived beneath the earth. Even the looming shadow of Sauron carries shades of Surtr, the fire giant destined to bring about Ragnarok. Celtic mythology, with its ethereal beauty and intricate storytelling, has left an equally profound mark on fantasy. Its focus on the mystical and the otherworld, a place of both danger and wonder, has shaped how fantasy portrays the unknown. The Celtic otherworld, an ever-shifting land of eternal youth, abundant beauty, and perilous truths, has become the prototype for countless magical realms. Writers often draw on the fluidity of Celtic stories, where time bends, heroes face moral ambiguity, and the line between the mortal and the divine blurs. Arthurian legend, deeply rooted in Celtic tradition, has become a cornerstone of fantasy. Stories of the Sword and the Stone, the Lady of the Lake, and the Isle of Avalon echo across generations, inspiring countless retellings and adaptations. Marion Zimmer Bradley's The Mists of Avalon reframed these legends with a focus on the feminine, weaving in elements of Celtic mysticism and pagan spirituality. Her work exemplifies how Celtic mythology has been reimagined to explore new themes while retaining its original magic. Fantasy's fascination with heroic journeys also owes much to these mythologies. Beowulf, the quintessential Nordic hero, and Cu Chulainn, the warrior of Celtic legend, embody the qualities that have become hallmarks of fantasy protagonists: extraordinary strength, unwavering courage, and the burden of destiny. These heroes' trials, facing monstrous foes, wrestling with their own flaws, and seeking glory, are echoed in characters like Aragorn, Geralt of Rivia, and Jon Snow. Even the creatures that populate modern fantasy worlds are drawn directly from Nordic and Celtic myths. Dragons, a staple of the genre, carry the fiery wrath of Fafnir, the Norse dragon who guards his cursed treasure, and the cunning, mystical qualities of the Celtic serpents that symbolize knowledge and power. Elves and dwarves, central to Tolkien's Middle-earth and countless other worlds, spring from the Norse Alfr and Dvergr. The Fae, with their capriciousness and ties to nature, owe their existence to the aescity of Celtic lore. Magic in modern fantasy often bears the fingerprints of these traditions. The Norse runes, symbols imbued with power and mystery, have inspired systems of magic where words hold incredible potency. Similarly, the Druids of Celtic mythology, with their deep connection to the natural world and their roles as seers and storytellers, have become archetypes for magic users in fantasy. Their ability to shapeshift, foretell the future, and commune with the spirits of the land has inspired characters from Merlin to modern depictions of nature-based sorcery. The enduring popularity of these myths in fantasy lies in their universality. They tap into fundamental human experiences: love and loss, triumph and tragedy, the struggle to understand a vast and mysterious world. By drawing on Nordic and Celtic stories, fantasy writers imbue their tales with a sense of timelessness, connecting readers to the ancient past even as they venture into uncharted worlds. Modern creators continue to reinterpret these myths, blending them with new ideas to reflect contemporary values and concerns. In American Gods, Neil Gaiman brings the Norse gods into the modern world, exploring what happens when ancient deities confront the realities of modernity. Celtic-inspired works like The Secret of Kells or Song of the Sea breathe new life into folklore, using stunning animation to capture the myth's magic and melancholy. Video games, too, have embraced these mythologies, creating immersive experiences that allow players to step into their world. Titles like God of War delve into Norse legends, while Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice incorporates Celtic symbols and themes to explore psychological depth. These interactive stories bring the myths closer to modern audiences, making them feel immediate and personal. Nordic and Celtic mythology are not relics of the past, but living, breathing forces that continue to shape the stories we tell. Their gods, heroes, and creatures speak to something primal, something that transcends time and place. In the pages of fantasy novels, the frames of films, and the pixels of video games, their echoes resound, ensuring that their legacy endures in the hearts of those who dare to imagine worlds as vast and vibrant as the myths themselves. In the depths of every myth, there is a reflection of the people who first told it. Myths are not just stories of gods, monsters, and heroic deeds, they are expressions of identity, culture, and belonging. The tales of the Nordic and Celtic gods, passed down through generations, shaped not only the way people understood the world, but also who they were. Through their beliefs, these ancient cultures found meaning in their existence, a sense of purpose, and a bond that tied them to the land and each other. For the Norse, the mythology was a mirror to their fierce, survival-driven identity. Living in a harsh, unforgiving landscape, where the long, dark winters demanded resilience and strength, the Norse gods reflected these values. Odin, the wise but often solitary god, embodying sacrifice for knowledge; Thor, the protector, the ever-ready warrior with his hammer; Freya, the goddess of fertility and war, holding the duality of life and death within her hands. These gods were not distant, unattainable figures, but were reflections of what it meant to be human in the Nordic world. They personified the struggle for survival, the quest for honor, and the acceptance of fate's unyielding march toward Ragnarok. The Norse people saw themselves as destined to fight, not just for survival but for glory. Their belief in an afterlife, where only those deemed worthy would enter Valhalla, shows how deeply embedded the concept of warrior identity was in their culture. It wasn't just about victory in battle, it was about the honor of living bravely, facing death with courage, and knowing that your name would be sung in the halls of the gods forever. This sense of personal valor became woven into the very fabric of their society, giving every individual a role in the great cosmic narrative. They were not mere mortals, but warriors destined for greatness. In contrast, the Celtic identity was defined by its intimate connection to nature, magic, and the spiritual world. The Celts, spread across the islands of the British Isles, northern France, and Central Europe, saw themselves as guardians of sacred land and keepers of ancient knowledge. The land was alive with spirit, and the gods, too, were closely tied to nature, be it through rivers, trees, or mountains. The Celtic gods were not removed from the human experience but lived in the cycles of the earth. They were protectors of crops, animals, and seasons, keeping the balance between life and death. This reflection of their agricultural life can be seen in gods like Cernunnos, the horned god of the hunt, or Brigid, the goddess of hearth and home. Through these deities, the Celts celebrated their connection to the earth, to the rhythms of nature, and to the importance of harmony between the physical and spiritual worlds. The Celtic belief in the otherworld, an unseen realm of both gods and spirits, suggests a worldview where identity wasn't confined to the here and now. It was something fluid, existing between worlds. Their beliefs in reincarnation and the importance of spiritual practice and prophecy also played a critical role in shaping their sense of self. A Celtic person's identity was often connected to their ancestors and to the spiritual beings that inhabited the land they called home. The Druids, the learned priests of the Celts, held a special role as intermediaries between the gods and the people, linking the physical world to the supernatural. Through them, the Celts maintained a strong sense of cultural identity, believing that their traditions, rituals, and knowledge were not just earthly practices but divine commandments passed down through generations. These myths were deeply tied to how individuals saw their place in society. The Norse, with their harsh realities, viewed identity as something earned, through strength, through wisdom, and through courage. To be a part of the great saga, one had to earn it, either by living valiantly or by achieving greatness in the eyes of others. It was about leaving a legacy, ensuring that your name would not fade into the nothingness of time. In contrast, Celtic identity was rooted in the collective, the land, and the unseen forces that shaped the world. A person's identity was tied to their ancestors, their family, and the land they lived on. The power of myth was in its ability to unite them as a people, to connect them with those who came before, and to provide a spiritual anchor to guide them in life. The mythological creatures, such as the Fae and the City, were often seen as manifestations of the land's power, reminding the Celts of their duty to the earth and to each other. As these cultures evolved, so too did their myths and their meanings. With the arrival of Christianity, the roles of gods and heroes shifted, but the myths themselves didn't vanish. Instead, they transformed into something else, still reflecting the ever-changing nature of identity. In the face of a new religion, the Celts and Norse found ways to preserve their sense of self by weaving their older stories into the fabric of Christian narratives. They took their old gods and turned them into saints, their sacred places into pilgrimage sites, their rituals into festivals. Even today, these myths continue to play a role in shaping modern identities. People of Nordic and Celtic descent often feel a deep connection to these ancient stories. The gods, the heroes, the landscapes, they all speak to something primal, something embedded in the collective consciousness. For some, these myths offer a way to connect with their ancestral roots, to understand the struggles and triumphs that came before. For others, they represent ideals of strength, wisdom, and resilience that still resonate in today's world. Whether through the legends of warriors, the dreams of Druids, or the timeless dance between gods and mortals, mythology is a mirror held up to the soul of a culture. It reflects who they were, who they are, and who they hope to become. The gods and heroes of the Nordic and Celtic worlds are not just distant figures, they are part of the very identity that shaped these cultures. In every myth, in every tale, lies the imprint of a people's spirit, a spirit that refuses to fade, no matter how many centuries pass. In the quiet corners of the modern world, where ancient practices still thrive in whispers, heathenry and Celtic reconstructionism rise as living traditions, deeply rooted in the rich soil of Nordic and Celtic mythology. These modern practices are not merely a return to old ways, but a bold step forward, as individuals today reclaim the spiritual and cultural identities that were once lost to time. The echoes of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and Brigid's healing touch continue to reverberate, shaping contemporary paths in the same ways they shaped the lives of their ancient worshippers. Heathenry, or asatru, is a modern spiritual practice rooted in the ancient Norse traditions. It draws from the wisdom of the Old Norse texts, the poetic and prose Eddas, and other sources such as sagas, runestones, and folklore, reconstructing a religion that venerates the Aesir and Vanir gods, the spirits of the land, and the forces of nature. Heathenry is built on concepts like honor, reciprocity, and respect for the natural world, intertwining personal and communal rights with the ancient ways of the Norse people. The practice can vary from person to person. Some heathens embrace a more polytheistic approach, calling on the gods in rituals and offerings, while others take a more ancestral approach, focusing on reverence for ancestors and the spirits of the land. At the heart of heathenry is the belief in the interconnectedness of all things. The gods are not distant, untouchable entities, but are living, active forces in the world. The rituals of heathenry, blots, sacrificial offerings, symbols, ritual toasts, and other gatherings create bonds between the practitioners, the gods, and the land. These ceremonies mark the cycles of life, the changing of the seasons, and the journey of the individual soul. Through these practices, heathens seek to live honorably, following the virtues of hospitality, courage, and wisdom that are so deeply embedded in Norse mythology. Yet, the ancient path of heathenry is not without controversy. Some modern practitioners, influenced by nationalist ideologies, have tried to link heathenry with political movements, creating a schism between those who practice the faith as a form of spiritual connection to the past and those who distort its meaning for power and exclusion. But the majority of heathens remained committed to its core values of honoring the old gods, fostering community, and seeking personal growth and spiritual fulfillment. In this way, heathenry remains a tradition of inclusivity and spiritual renewal, focused not on ancient conflicts but on the quiet pursuit of personal and collective strength. Celtic reconstructionism, by contrast, focuses on reviving the spiritual practices of the ancient Celts. This tradition, too, is based on careful research of historical texts, archaeological evidence, and folklore to reconstruct rituals, festivals, and beliefs that reflect the complex relationship the Celts had with their gods and their land. The Celts' view of the world was one of sacred interconnectedness, where the earth, the elements, the seasons, and the spirits all played vital roles in shaping the human experience. Like Henry, Celtic Reconstructionism honors the gods of the ancient pantheon, the Tuatha De Danann, such as the powerful Dagda, the shining Brigid, and the cunning Luff, and seeks to restore the reverence the Celts once had for the land, the ancestors, and the mystical forces that permeated their world. At the core of Celtic Reconstructionism lies the belief in the sacredness of nature and the importance of seasonal festivals. The Celts celebrated the turning of the wheel of the year, marking key points such as the solstices, equinoxes, and cross-quarter days. These were times for honoring the gods, connecting with the land, and reflecting on the cycles of life. Rituals, both private and communal, centered on giving offerings to the gods, divining the future, and expressing gratitude for the bounty of the earth. The Celtic approach, with its emphasis on nature, can often feel more fluid and adaptable, embracing the cycles of the land and the mysteries of the otherworld in a way that connects the practitioner to the earth itself. Celtic Reconstructionism, like its Norse counterpart, is also a movement that prioritizes respect for the ancestors and the spirits of the land. The belief that the spirits of the land, the ancestors, and the gods continue to influence the present day is an essential component of the practice. This reverence for ancestry can take the form of honoring one's forebears with offerings or creating altars to remember those who have passed. The aim is not simply to emulate the past, but to live in a way that honors the sacredness of all things, of nature, community, and the unseen forces that weave together the tapestry of life. However, Celtic Reconstructionism faces its own set of challenges. The Celts left behind few written records, and much of what is known comes from sources written by outsiders, Romans, Christians, and others who often misrepresented or misunderstood the Celts' beliefs. This makes reconstruction a more difficult and often speculative task. Some modern practitioners argue over what constitutes authentic Celtic practice, leading to disagreements and differing schools of thought within the community. Others, however, take a more flexible approach, focusing on the underlying principles of the ancient traditions and adapting them to modern life in a way that feels true to the spirit of the Celtic peoples. Both Henry and Celtic Reconstructionism share a common goal: to reconnect with the ancient wisdom and practices that once defined their cultures. They are both responses to the disconnection many people feel from their ancestors, the land, and the spiritual world. While they are distinct in their approaches and deities, both traditions seek to honor the past, learn from it, and create a more meaningful connection with the world around us. They offer a path toward spiritual renewal, one that is grounded in ancient wisdom but is also relevant to the challenges of the modern world. The journey of modern Henry and Celtic Reconstructionism is not one of simple nostalgia, but of transformation. It is a reminder that mythology, at its core, is not about distant pasts. It is a living, breathing force that shapes and influences the present. As more individuals look to these ancient practices for spiritual guidance, these traditions will continue to evolve and adapt, ensuring that the gods and heroes of the past remain vibrant and alive for generations to come. Across the vast expanse of time and space, human cultures have woven the same archetypes into the fabric of their mythologies. The gods, heroes, and creatures that populate the mythological worlds of the Norse and the Celts are not isolated figures, rather, they echo familiar themes that transcend cultural boundaries. These archetypes, representations of universal human experiences, have shaped the way societies understand the world, the forces that drive life, and the paths individuals must walk. In the mythology of the Norse and Celts, these shared archetypes serve as mirrors, reflecting back the deep truths of existence. One of the most striking and shared archetypes is that of the warrior. The warrior appears across all mythologies, but in the Norse and Celtic traditions, this figure takes on an especially revered and sacred role. In the Norse world, Thor, the god of thunder, embodies the archetype of the warrior. Armed with Mjolnir, his hammer, Thor represents the unwavering strength and determination needed to protect the realm from chaos. His courage and resilience in the face of impossible odds serve as an ideal for warriors to emulate. In a culture where battle was central to the way of life, Thor's power was not only physical but spiritual, inspiring Norsemen to live with honor, to defend their people, and to never back down from a fight. Similarly, the Celtic hero Cuchulainn emerges as a figure whose bravery and martial prowess are woven into the very fabric of Irish mythology. His name is synonymous with strength and vengeance, his legendary feats placing him at the center of the heroic ideal. Cuchulainn's trials, fighting overwhelming odds, battling mythical beasts, and protecting his people at all costs, reflect the same warrior spirit seen in Thor. These heroes are not just protectors, they are embodiments of sacrifice and the willingness to face death head-on for the greater good. They are, in a sense, the heart of each culture, representing the courage and honor required to keep their people safe, even if it means their own destruction. Another archetype that spans both traditions is that of the trickster, a figure who exists to disrupt the status quo, often with humor, wit, or cunning. Loki, the mischievous god in Norse mythology, exemplifies the trickster's role in challenging the gods, the heroes, and the very order of the world. Loki's tricks, though often causing chaos, are necessary for the resolution of many myths, revealing that disorder is just as integral to the cosmic balance as order itself. His shifting nature, his ability to morph into different forms and manipulate others, mirrors the archetypal trickster figure found across the world. Loki is unpredictable, often difficult to trust, but undeniably essential to the flow of the mythological narrative. In Celtic myth, Betrayal represents a similar role as a figure of chaos and mischief. Known for causing strife and instigating conflict among the heroes of the Ulster cycle, Betrayal revels in stirring trouble for his own amusement. While Loki embodies the trickster god whose actions often lead to profound change, Betrayal's actions, too, reveal that without conflict, there would be no growth, no learning. Tricksters force others to look at the world differently, to question assumptions, and ultimately, to understand the deeper lessons hidden within the disorder they create. The wise old man or seer is another archetype that weaves its way through both Nordic and Celtic mythologies. In Norse mythology, Odin is the embodiment of the seer, the wise figure who seeks knowledge at any cost. He sacrifices his eye for wisdom, hanging himself from Yggdrasil in a search for deeper understanding. Odin is a god of prophecy, fate, and knowledge, guiding others through the unknown and imparting wisdom that is both mystifying and profound. His wisdom isn't easily gained, nor is it always kind. It comes at a great price, demonstrating that true understanding often requires sacrifice and suffering. Similarly, the Celts had their own visionaries, though in a more localized form. The Druids, a class of priests, poets, and seers, played a similar role in Celtic society, guiding kings, warriors, and people alike. They were the keepers of ancient knowledge, able to predict the future and interpret omens. The famous prophetess and wise woman, the Morrigan, also fits into this archetype. She is both a harbinger of death and a symbol of life's renewal, a reminder that wisdom often arises from the cycles of destruction and rebirth. The mother figure is another archetype that binds the Norse and Celtic mythologies together. In the Norse tradition, Frigg represents this role, the goddess of love, fertility, and marriage. She is the protector of the home, the nurturing force behind the family and the hearth. Her role in the myths speaks to the importance of family and the protective power of maternal love. She is also associated with fate, weaving the destinies of gods and mortals alike. Her deep connection to the earth and its fertility speaks to the nurturing role that mothers have in both the spiritual and physical realms. In Celtic mythology, this archetype is embodied by Brigid, the goddess of fertility, healing, and smithcraft. She is a symbol of the earth's abundance, the generative force that sustains life. As the goddess of poetry and wisdom, Brigid is also a creative force, nurturing the soul through artistic expression and spiritual growth. Her multifaceted nature as a healer, poet, and protector speaks to the essential role of the mother in shaping both the physical and emotional landscapes of life. Finally, the archetype of the underworld or death brings a dark but essential energy to these mythologies. In the Nordic tradition, Hel, the goddess who rules over the realm of the dead, serves as the ultimate guide for the souls of the departed. She is not a force of evil, but rather a figure of inevitability, representing the quiet end that comes to all things. The dead are her charge, and her realm is one of shadow and peace, where souls rest until the end of days. Similarly, the Celtic otherworld, ruled by figures like the Morrigan and the Dagda, offers a parallel role in guiding souls beyond the mortal realm. The otherworld is not only a place of death, but also of renewal, of transformation, and of spiritual rebirth. It reflects the cyclical nature of life and death, with death itself not as an end, but a passage to something else. These shared archetypes are more than simple character types. They are timeless reflections of the human experience, our struggles, our desires, and our need to understand the unknown. Whether it's the warrior's sacrifice, the trickster's chaos, the seer's wisdom, the mother's nurturing, or the quiet passage of death, these archetypes speak to the same truths that span across all cultures. They bind us together in a collective understanding of what it means to be human, to live and die, to love and fight, to grow and transform. And in these shared symbols, we find the stories that continue to shape us, no matter where we come from or when we live. The landscapes of the Norse and Celtic mythologies are rich and varied, shaped by distinct cultures, histories, and environments. Though they share certain universal archetypes and themes, each tradition possesses its own unique characteristics that set it apart from the other. These differences offer a deep insight into how the Norse and Celts viewed the world, their gods, and their place in the universe. The divergence between these two mythological traditions is not simply a matter of different stories, it's a matter of distinct worldviews, cultural values, and spiritual practices that reflect the very nature of the people who created them. At the heart of the cultural divergence between the Norse and the Celts lies their environment. The Nordic lands, with their rugged mountains, deep fjords, and long, harsh winters, produced a mythology that is as fierce and resilient as the people who lived there. The Norse world is one defined by struggle against the elements, struggle against monstrous creatures, and, most notably, struggle against the forces of chaos that threaten to consume the world. This constant battle is reflected in the mythology itself, where gods, heroes, and mortals alike are engaged in a never-ending war to preserve order, even as they know that the ultimate battle, Ragnarok, will lead to the destruction of all things. There is a starkness to the Nordic worldview, a recognition that life is fleeting, fragile, and often cruel. This is why the Norse gods are not immortal in the traditional sense. They may be powerful, but they are not beyond death. The looming shadow of Ragnarok constantly hangs over them, reminding all that even gods must face their own end. In contrast, the Celtic worldview is more fluid, cyclical, and intertwined with nature. The Celts lived in a land of lush forests, rolling hills, and fertile plains, a world where life was abundant and nature was seen as a source of wisdom and spiritual power. The Celtic pantheon is less concerned with the destructive forces that threaten to annihilate the world and more focused on the rhythms of life, birth, growth, death, and rebirth. The Celtic gods are deeply tied to the earth, and their powers are often linked to natural elements such as trees, rivers, and animals. The relationship between the gods and the land is reciprocal. The gods protect the earth, and in turn, the earth nourishes and sustains the people. Life is viewed as a cycle that never truly ends, it is merely transformed. This cyclical view of existence is evident in the central role of the otherworld in Celtic mythology, where death is not seen as an end, but a transition to another realm of existence, where souls rest until they are reborn. Another notable divergence between the two traditions is their approach to fate and destiny. In Norse mythology, the concept of fate is an unyielding force that governs the lives of gods and mortals alike. The Norns, three powerful sisters who spin the threads of fate, are a central figure in Nordic mythology. Their role is not to guide or intervene, but to ensure that fate unfolds as it has been predetermined. Even the gods are subject to the Norns' weaving, and no matter how much they struggle, they cannot escape the inevitable end. This deterministic view of fate is not one of despair, but rather one of acceptance. The Norse gods, particularly Odin, understand that their destiny is sealed, but they also believe in facing it with honor, courage, and resilience. The warrior's death in battle, for example, is not seen as tragic, but as a noble way to meet one's fate. The idea of accepting one's destiny and acting bravely in the face of inevitable destruction is a deeply ingrained value in Norse culture. The Celts, on the other hand, had a more flexible and interactive relationship with fate. While they also believed in the influence of destiny, the Celtic understanding of fate was more connected to free will and personal agency. The actions of individuals could shape their future, and the gods were often seen as guiding forces rather than unchangeable rulers of fate. The Celts believed that by honoring the gods, performing rituals, and aligning oneself with the natural world, one could influence the course of their life and the destiny of their people. This is not to say that the Celts were without a sense of inevitability. Their myths contained themes of prophecy and foreshadowing, but these were often more malleable and open to interpretation than the rigid fate of the Norse. The Celts also believed in the power of the Druids, who were thought to possess the knowledge and ability to see into the future and alter the course of events through ritual and wisdom. The divine structure of the two pantheons also reflects cultural differences. The Norse gods are divided into two major families, the Aesir and the Vanir. The Aesir, led by Odin, are gods of war, order, and governance. The Vanir, led by Njord, are gods of fertility, prosperity, and nature. The conflict between the Aesir and Vanir, and their eventual reconciliation, speaks to the Norse understanding of duality, order and chaos, war and peace, nature and civilization. This dualism is reflected in the relationship between gods and mortals, where individuals must constantly strive to maintain balance in their lives. The Vanir's more peaceful, nature-oriented nature contrasts with the Aesir's warlike qualities, but both are necessary for the survival of the cosmos. In Celtic mythology, the divine structure is less rigidly defined. The Tuatha Dé Danann, a race of gods and goddesses, are the central figures in Irish mythology, but the Celts did not have the same clear-cut division between gods of war and gods of peace. The Tuatha Dé Danann were deities of both the natural world and the human experience, encompassing a wide range of powers from wisdom and healing to craft and battle. While the Celts had warrior gods like Lugh and Cuchulainn, they also had gods of knowledge, healing, and protection, such as Brigid and the Dagda. The Celtic pantheon's flexibility and diversity reflect a worldview that values balance in all things. No one force is more important than the other, and the gods are seen as both protectors and participants in the daily lives of humans. In terms of spiritual practices, the Celts had a deeply embedded connection to nature. The Druids were the spiritual leaders, and their influence extended into every aspect of Celtic life, from lawmaking to education to religious rituals. The Celts revered the land, and their religious practices often centered around sacred groves, trees, and natural sites like wells and rivers. The Celts did not build grand temples like the Norse, but instead, they worshipped in the open air, honoring the spirits of nature in their natural habitats. Their rituals were tied to the rhythms of the seasons and the cycles of the moon, creating a spirituality that was intimately connected to the land itself. The Norse, meanwhile, had a more structured religious practice that involved grand temples and rituals performed by priests or chieftains. Their worship was often centered around gods like Odin and Thor, and the emphasis was on warrior virtues such as bravery, honor, and sacrifice. Rituals often involved sacrifices, whether of animals or even humans, to gain the favor of the gods in battle or ensure the fertility of the land. The Viking raids, with their emphasis on conquest and expansion, were also a reflection of the Norse worldview, a culture that revered strength and the will to dominate and control. Despite these differences, both the Norse and Celtic cultures shared a deep reverence for the divine, nature, and the forces that shaped their lives. The uniqueness of each tradition comes from how these elements were understood and integrated into daily life, creating two mythological worlds that, while distinct, still offer echoes of universal truths about existence, struggle, and the divine. The diverging paths of these two cultures illuminate the many ways humans can engage with the mysteries of the cosmos, each carving out their own sacred space in the world. The arrival of Christianity in the Nordic and Celtic worlds marked a profound shift in both religious beliefs and cultural practices. As the ancient gods and goddesses of the Norse and Celtic pantheons faced displacement by the monotheistic Christian god, mythologies underwent transformations, evolving and adapting to the new faith. This shift did not occur without resistance or friction. Rather, it involved a complex blending of old and new beliefs, which left traces that can still be seen in the myths, rituals, and folklore of both traditions today. In the Nordic world, Christianity began to spread gradually, with missionaries reaching the Viking lands as early as the 8th century, but it wasn't until the 10th and 11th centuries that it truly gained a foothold, particularly with the conversion of Iceland and Norway. The Norse gods, who had once ruled over a people known for their fearless raids and conquests, suddenly seemed distant and irrelevant in the face of a single, all-powerful Christian god. The transition was not easy, and it often involved the recontextualization of older myths in light of Christian teachings. The fierce, warrior-like gods of Norse mythology, Odin, Thor, and Freya, were increasingly portrayed as figures of the past, while the new Christian god was hailed as the ultimate, singular force governing the universe. Yet, even as the ancient gods were dethroned, they did not vanish entirely. Instead, they were reimagined and absorbed into Christian folklore. In some cases, the transition was subtle. Thor, for example, remained a figure of importance in the cultural memory of the Nordic peoples. The thunder god's hammer, Mjolnir, became associated with protection and power, similar to the Christian cross, and many Viking festivals, such as those celebrating the solstices, were Christianized and adapted into holidays like Christmas and Easter. The Christian clergy, seeking to convert the people, wisely incorporated elements of existing Norse traditions into Christian rites and holidays to ease the transition. The pagan feasts and celebrations were given new meaning, becoming occasions for Christians to gather in the name of Christ, yet the underlying themes of rebirth and renewal persisted. In Iceland, the sagas and skaldic poetry, which had once extolled the exploits of Viking gods and heroes, began to merge Christian ideals with old mythological narratives. Christian figures, such as saints and angels, were depicted alongside the older gods. In the sagas, characters would often invoke the Christian god or saints, while simultaneously appealing to the Old Norse gods in times of need, reflecting the coexistence of the two belief systems. The blending of Christian morality with Norse concepts of heroism, honor, and fate created a new framework in which the myths could continue to be told, albeit in a more Christianized form. Similarly, the Celts experienced a slow and complex assimilation of Christianity. In the 5th and 6th centuries, Christian missionaries, such as St. Patrick, began converting the Celtic peoples of Ireland, and by the 8th century, much of the Celtic world had been converted to Christianity. However, as with the Norse, the older beliefs did not simply disappear. Instead, Christianity absorbed elements of the ancient Celtic religion, which had long revered nature, deities, and the ancestors. The Celtic otherworld, a place of spiritual power, was reimagined as heaven or the Christian afterlife. Figures like the Morrigan, who once symbolized death and transformation, were transformed into saints or angels, their roles reframed in Christian terms. The Celtic saints, such as Saint Brigid of Kildare, retained some of the characteristics of their pagan counterparts. Brigid, for example, was originally a goddess of fertility, healing, and the hearth, but after her Christianization, she became the patron saint of hearths, healing, and poets. The same goddess who once represented the nurturing forces of nature and motherhood was now celebrated in Christian terms, though her earlier attributes were not entirely erased. The sacred fires of Brigid, which were once tended by priestesses in pagan rituals, became associated with Christian practices, such as the lighting of candles in honor of the saint. The Christianization of Celtic traditions allowed the people to retain some of their ancient spiritual practices, while simultaneously embracing the new faith. Moreover, the Druids, who had been the spiritual leaders of the Celts, were cast in a more negative light by the Christian Church. They were often portrayed as sorcerers, witches, or even demons in Christian writings, an attempt to delegitimize their role and authority in Celtic society. Yet, despite this demonization, the Druid spiritual wisdom did not completely disappear. Their influence can still be seen in the Christianized forms of Celtic spirituality, particularly in the way that the Celtic Christian Church maintained a deep connection to nature. The early Irish monks, for example, were known for their hermetic lifestyles, retreating into the wilderness to live in communion with God. This monastic ideal mirrored the Druids' reverence for nature, and in many ways, the Christian saints who followed in their footsteps adopted similar practices. The blending of Christian and pagan symbols and practices is also reflected in the architecture and rituals of the time. Many ancient pagan sites, such as stone circles, burial mounds, and sacred groves, were incorporated into Christian practices. Churches were often built on the foundations of former pagan temples, and the holy wells and sacred springs that were once dedicated to Celtic deities were rededicated to Christian saints. The cross, which became the dominant symbol of Christianity, was itself a fusion of the Christian faith and older, pre-Christian symbols. In Celtic Christianity, the cross often had the appearance of a wheel, reflecting the circular nature of Celtic spirituality and the continuing reverence for the cycles of life and the cosmos. In both the Nordic and Celtic worlds, the influence of Christianity was ultimately transformative, but it did not fully erase the earlier mythologies. Instead, Christianity provided a new lens through which to interpret and adapt the old myths, weaving them into the fabric of a new religious narrative. The old gods were not simply forgotten, rather, they were reimagined as saints, angels, or demons, their power and significance reframed within the context of Christian teachings. The struggle between the old gods and the new faith is evident in the mythology and folklore of both the Norse and the Celts, where traces of the ancient beliefs persist even in the Christianized world. The enduring legacy of this cultural and religious convergence is seen in the myths and legends that continue to captivate people today. The gods of the Norse and Celtic pantheons, though once marginalized, still appear in modern literature, film, and popular culture, often serving as symbols of rebellion, strength, and the persistence of the old ways. The gods of the past may have been transformed, but they were not entirely defeated. Christianity's influence on Nordic and Celtic mythology may have altered the stories, but it also helped preserve them, ensuring that their echoes would resonate through the ages. The ancient myths of the Norse and Celtic pantheons are more than just stories of gods, heroes, and monsters. They are timeless reflections of human nature, offering profound insights into the core of our existence. Though these myths originated in a distant past, the themes they explore still resonate deeply with us today. They speak to universal truths about love, sacrifice, destiny, and the struggle between order and chaos, experiences that are as relevant now as they were thousands of years ago. These myths have endured not just because of their supernatural elements, but because they reflect the very human emotions, desires, and fears that transcend time and culture. One of the most striking lessons these ancient myths impart is the inevitability of death and the role it plays in shaping human experience. Whether it's the looming threat of Ragnarok in Norse mythology or the cyclical death and rebirth of the Celtic gods, death is never a far-off concept in these stories. Yet, these myths do not treat death as something to be feared or avoided. Instead, they teach us to accept mortality as part of the grand order of the universe. The Norse hero, who faces death in battle with courage and honor, embodies the belief that life's meaning is found not in its length but in the way it is lived. Similarly, the Celts, who revere the otherworld, present death as a transition rather than an end, a continuation of existence in another form. These mythologies remind us that death is a natural part of life cycle, and in acknowledging this, we can live more fully, embracing the moments we have. Connected to this acceptance of death is the theme of fate. In both Norse and Celtic traditions, the characters' struggles with their destinies are central to their stories. The Norns weave the threads of fate in Norse mythology, ensuring that no god, hero, or mortal can escape their ultimate end. The Celts, too, are bound by prophecy, with figures like Cuchulainn struggling against the knowledge of their doom. Yet, these myths also convey an important lesson. While fate may be inevitable, how we respond to it is what truly matters. In the face of certain death, the Norse gods continue to fight valiantly, and the Celtic heroes strive to honor their destinies, no matter how tragic. This tension between fate and free will speaks to the human experience. We may not always control the outcome, but we always have a choice in how we face the challenges life throws at us. Perhaps the most enduring lesson from these myths is the importance of heroism, not in the sense of invincible warriors, but in the quiet acts of bravery, selflessness, and integrity. The great heroes of these traditions, Beowulf, Cuchulainn, Thor, and others, are not defined solely by their strength or victories, but by their willingness to confront darkness, both external and internal. Their stories are filled with sacrifice, and they are often required to make personal sacrifices for the greater good, whether it be their lives, their families, or their honor. This theme is as relevant today as it ever was, reminding us that true heroism is not about glory or fame, but about doing what is right, even when the odds are against us. In the Nordic and Celtic myths, we also see the exploration of dualities, light and dark, chaos and order, life and death, and the balance between them. The gods of both traditions are not all-knowing or all-powerful. They possess flaws and vulnerabilities, making them relatable to the human condition. Odin's sacrifice of an eye for wisdom, Thor's constant battle with giants, and the Celtic gods' own struggles with fate and mortality remind us that life is a constant balancing act between opposites. We are all subject to forces beyond our control, nature, fate, or even our own internal struggles, but the myths teach us that it is in navigating these challenges that we find meaning. These dualities reflect the complexity of the human spirit. We are capable of great kindness and terrible cruelty, profound wisdom and foolishness, strength and vulnerability. The myths of the North and the Celts show us that it is this very tension, this interplay between opposites, that shapes our character and defines our humanity. Love, too, plays a crucial role in these mythologies, though not always in the form we might expect. While the love stories in these myths may not always be romantic, they are always powerful and transformative. Whether it's the fierce love of Freya for her fallen warriors in Valhalla or the protective bond between Cuchulainn and his charioteer, love is a force that drives characters to make extraordinary sacrifices and take unimaginable risks. These stories teach us that love, in all its forms, is both a source of strength and vulnerability. It is a driving force that can lead to great triumphs, but it can also be the cause of profound loss and suffering. In the end, love is what makes these myths endure, because it is the most human of experiences. Furthermore, the gods and heroes of these myths are often deeply connected to nature. The Norse gods are tied to the very elements. Thor controls the thunder, Freya has dominion over fertility, and the Vanir gods are intrinsically linked to the land. Similarly, the Celts view the natural world as sacred, with gods and spirits inhabiting trees, rivers, and animals. In both traditions, the connection between humanity and nature is not a simple one. It is a relationship of respect, reverence, and reciprocity. In the modern world, where nature often feels distant from our daily lives, these myths remind us of the importance of living in harmony with the world around us. They teach us that the natural world is not something to be dominated or exploited, but something to be respected and nurtured, a living entity that sustains us as much as we sustain it. Finally, these myths speak to the tension between chaos and order, a theme that resonates in every age. In the Norse myth of Ragnarok, the end of the world is portrayed as an inevitable battle between the forces of chaos and the gods who represent order. Similarly, the Celtic myths often explore the conflict between the otherworld, home to wild, unpredictable forces, and the human world, which seeks to bring stability and structure. These narratives remind us that chaos is not something to be feared, but something to be understood and respected. Without chaos, there would be no creativity, no growth, no change. Yet, without order, there would be no stability, no peace, no civilization. The balance between these forces is what allows life to continue, and it is a lesson we must remember as we face the challenges of the modern world. The myths of the Norse and Celtic worlds teach us about the fundamental truths of our existence, the inevitability of death, the role of fate and free will, the power of love and sacrifice, the importance of balance, and the connection between humanity and nature. These themes are timeless because they speak to the essence of what it means to be human. The stories of gods and heroes, though set in worlds of magic and mystery, hold up a mirror to our own world, reflecting the struggles, triumphs, and complexities of life. As long as we continue to grapple with these themes, these myths will remain not just stories of the past, but a vital part of our understanding of who we are and who we can become. The myths of the Nordic and Celtic worlds, though born from different peoples and landscapes, share an astonishing depth of commonality that transcends their geographical divides. As we reflect on these ancient tales, it becomes clear that the gods, heroes, and creatures of these two traditions are bound by a shared human experience. In many ways, the Nordic and Celtic mythologies offer parallel visions of the world, where gods and mortals interact in a constant dance of fate and free will, love and loss, heroism and tragedy. The Norse gods, with their strength and wisdom, and the Celtic gods, with their deep connection to nature and the otherworld, reveal the complexity of existence and the beauty of embracing life in all its uncertainty. These gods are not omnipotent, perfect beings. They are flawed and vulnerable, struggling alongside the very people they protect. This humanizing of the divine reflects our own experience. The gods may have power, but they too face limits, challenges, and an inevitable end. The heroes of these two traditions are equally compelling, embodying the values and ideals that shaped their respective cultures. The Viking heroes, like Beowulf and Sigurd, epitomize bravery in battle and the pursuit of glory, but they also embody sacrifice and a willingness to face an uncertain future, knowing that their fate is often beyond their control. Meanwhile, the Celtic heroes, like Cuchulainn and Finn mac Cumhaill, are defined not just by their strength and feats, but by their honor, loyalty, and the burden of prophecy. These heroes are not invincible, they are human, with flaws and vulnerabilities, and their stories resonate because they show us that even the greatest among us must grapple with their mortality, their mistakes, and their responsibility to others. The cosmic forces that shape both the Nordic and Celtic worlds, be it the giants of Jotunheim or the Fomorians of the otherworld, remind us of the eternal struggle between chaos and order, nature and civilization, destruction and creation. In the end, the world in these myths is never static. It is ever-changing, teetering on the brink of both destruction and renewal, and the gods and heroes are always in motion, fighting to bring balance, or sometimes to accept that balance is elusive. It's impossible to ignore the striking similarities in the ways these cultures view nature and the divine. Both the Celts and the Norse saw the natural world as sacred, imbued with spirits, gods, and mysteries beyond human comprehension. Trees, rivers, mountains, and animals were not merely part of the physical landscape, but were integral to the spiritual lives of the people. The Celtic reverence for the land, the connection to the otherworld, and the deep respect for ancestors echo in the Norse belief in the sacredness of places like Yggdrasil, the world tree, which connects all realms of existence. Both mythologies remind us of the importance of our relationship to nature, the necessity of honoring the cycles of life, and the power that lies in respecting the forces that shape the world. Even in the face of overwhelming change, whether it be the spread of Christianity across Europe or the pressures of cultural assimilation, the core of these mythologies persists. While the gods and heroes may have been reinterpreted or transformed over time, their essence lives on, woven into the fabric of modern culture. The echoes of the Norse and Celtic myths can be heard in contemporary literature, films, and fantasy, where their stories continue to captivate and inspire. From Tolkien's Middle-earth to modern retellings of ancient sagas, the influence of these mythologies is undeniable. They have shaped how we view the world, how we understand heroism, fate, and sacrifice, and how we seek meaning in our lives. But perhaps the most profound legacy of these mythologies is their ability to help us grapple with our own human experiences. They teach us that life is not just about survival, but about meaning. The gods and heroes of these stories don't simply fight to win, they fight to understand, to grow, and to fulfill their purpose, even in the face of overwhelming odds. They teach us that our struggles, our sacrifices, and our relationships are what shape us. They show us that while we cannot control the forces of fate or destiny, we do have the power to decide how we respond to them. In a world that often feels disconnected from the myths of the past, these ancient stories still have much to offer. They provide us with timeless wisdom, reminding us of the importance of courage, honor, sacrifice, and connection to others, to the land, and to the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. They remind us that while the gods may no longer walk among us, their stories are very much alive, embedded in the world around us, in the values we uphold, and in the challenges we face. Nordic and Celtic mythologies may have arisen in different corners of Europe, but their shared legacy speaks to something universal. They remind us that, regardless of our culture, language, or time period, we are all bound by the same human experience, one filled with both darkness and light, loss and triumph, destruction and rebirth. In the end, the gods, heroes, and creatures of these mythologies are not just relics of a bygone age, they are reflections of us all. Their stories continue to speak to our hearts, teaching us the values that make us human and the mysteries that will forever elude us.